Okay, YouTube's finally kicking in. Hmm.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the paint. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne and it's me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. Bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. Bringing the. Bringing the. Bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. Bringing the. Bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. Heart of a champ, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne and it's me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. Bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire.
All right, here we go. Get Rumble, YouTube, and Twitch all running. I can close some of these windows.
I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear not one of y'all. They thought I was underdog. I did not fear
Okay.
not one of y'all.
So today I want to do a couple things. Going to do a little more mining, and then I need to do some hauling. I've got multiple carriers worth of materials that need to get schlepped over.
How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing. I
So,
just been bringing the. Bringing the.
let's see, where are we? We are. Oh, I know. I was going to load the carrier. I'm not getting sounds from the game. I need to fix that because I noticed that in the last video, like all the game sounds did not actually go through. Let's see here. Over here. It says capture audio. But like I'm being pretty loud audio in the game and it's not capturing it. Why? Yeah, let's try this. Nope, still not coming through to you guys from the game. Well, gosh darn it, that's the first thing I need to get fixed. Why is the game capture not? Huh. Let me try something here. And that. Delete that. I'm gonna redo game capture. Sorry, guys. Better now when hardly anyone's watching, though, huh? Okay. Redo this. Game capture. Okay. Capture audio. Don't capture cursor. Okay. Let's see if this works. I'm going to delete the current game capture. Okay. And that's not capturing anything. Why? Why are you not capturing? Delete. Huh. Okay, come on, OBS. Transition. Okay. So now, let me recreate it from scratch. There we go. No cursor. Okay. There. Cursor's not being captured. All right. Is. All right. Let me know if the frame rate is slow or jittery or anything like that. I got to tweak my settings. This is. Okay.
Flo said, Knox.
Hey, Knox, what's going on? Frame rate looking good?
Hello, Asterisk said, Knox.
Everything fun? All right, now we're gonna load up. Oh, wow. Okay, where the hell are we? Optimize navigation beaker. Oh, I know where we are. Okay. We should be, yeah, that's where we are. Okay. I forgot where I jumped to last night, and I think where I jumped to was pretty close to here. So I could start loading up the carrier. That's what it was. And it's going to be pretty boring, because we're just going to be loading titanium and then CMM, or CMM and then titanium, one or the other.
What's on the agenda? Said, Knox.
Gonna do some loading of a carrier and also some mining I want to do for this account because I need to get more standing. So we may end up. Where's the guy here? Oh. Points of interest. There we go. Trailblazer. So far they haven't moved the Trailblazers, which is kind of good for me because it's in a good spot for me. But I know a lot of people were hoping the Trailblazers would be moving, that different parts would get access to the materials. The Trailblazers are the mega ships that sell pretty much everything.
Just coming back said. Knox.
Coming back to the game or coming back what? I'm still not getting game audio, am I? God damn it. Why am I not getting game audio in here? You can't hear the game, right? Something is goofy about that. It's always working fine. I mean, there's another way I can do it, but...
Gotta learn Powerful 2 said. Knox.
Power play? Yeah. Why did game audio stop?
No, just music said. Knox.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And it was working fine until my last video 2 days ago, and then I noticed that held up. There's no game audio. What happened? So I'm trying to see if there's something goofy with the settings. Because you kind of need the full experience there. Okay, let me try and do it this way. Sure. That's right. And I can hear it, which is why when I first noticed it, it was weird because I could definitely hear it. Dangerous. Oh, okay. Hang on. Let's try. Okay. You still don't hear it?
Oh 07 Kunder, grinning face with smiling eyes said, CMDR.
Hey, what's going on? Damn it. Why is this not working?
Nope said, Knox.
I know. It's I see it in here. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pause the music. Let's see if you can hear the game audio. You guys hear a little chitter chatter in the background there? Okay, I'm just getting CMM and titanium.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
You're getting that, right? Engine sounds. It's routed a different way, but at least it's getting there.
Frameshift drive charging.
Right, turn the music back on.
Yes said, Knox.
Cool. Alright, it's still a workaround. It's not doing it the way it's supposed to be, but at least you guys are getting it now. So, off.
Keep on hauling, keep on hauling. Colon face, blue wide eyes, said, CMDR.
I'm more inclined to go do a little mining right now and then get back to hauling after. But I got a whole carrier to fill up for my next load. For the next construction phase. I need 12,000 aluminum, 5,700 CMM, 1,800 steel, and 18,000 steel and 11,000 titanium. So I need 20, 30, 40,000, a little over 40,000. So basically two full carriers worth. Finish a station in 2 weeks.
I have to make 29 trips with Cutter to finish my Coriolis, said, CMDR.
29 trips? That's not too bad. I mean, I've got to make like 60 from the carrier to the station.
Landing gear retracted.
I think I'm gonna be taking a break from building any Tech 2 or 3 stations for a while. Gonna be strictly smalls if I'm expanding. And doing things with no time limit. Because the time limit is what kills you. It's not, or kills me anyway. It's not so much the total amount of stuff you have to haul. It's that you got to do it all in 1 month.
Contact confirmed. Enjoy your stay.
Did you like this
Welcome,
stream
Commander.
yet? Said. Stream elements.
Landing gear retracted.
So I found that parking one jump away is actually the fastest way for me to get there. Because you're jumping directly from the carrier into the system. The carrier I'm buying from, or the megaship I'm buying from, is also right next to the sun. And then I jump directly from that
Frameshift drive charged.
to this
Join. To
carrier.
help. Said. Knox.
I mean, if you're offering, come on out, man. I'll in fact, let's see if I can turn this on. Hey, one sec. You could see where I'm at. No, did that work? No, it did not work. Let me see if I can do this.
Temperature critical.
Yeah, I'm seeing all kinds of overlays. Unfortunately, they're not getting captured. Yeah, I'll start going towards the trailblazer here. Cruise towards them. Then I can try and configure some stuff. Okay, so let's see. I was going to show you the overlays. So let's do this and this.
2H of work left said. Knox.
2 hours. Okay, let's see if this works. Oh yeah, I think you can see them, right? You can see the overlays on the left side. Yeah, they're showing up in here. Cool. And we get to the buying, to the trailblazer here. You'll see the materials that are needed are going to pop up in the top right, which is very handy. So I've got a video out on how to use this, but I'm using SRV Survey, which is a program.
Discord. Said. Knox.
Yeah, Discord.
https://discord.gg/confer2 said. Stream elements.
Landing gear deployed.
Okay, are you in the Discord? Whoever was asking Knox, you were asking about it.
Who's your power? Said Knox.
Grum.
Yes, said Knox.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
So is that a reasonable distance away for you? Are you able to get out here?
Frameshift drive charging.
All right, so a couple hours, you said? Cool. Yeah, so let me give you a link to the site.
I'll check when I get off work, said Knox.
And then, so what, just to, I guess, clarify what you're, what you're volunteering for. I've got a carrier sitting one jump away from the mega ship that's selling products. That's all I'm flying back and forth to. So you can help load it, in which case let me know that that's what you're going to be doing, and I'll put in a buy order for for titanium, and then I'll focus on the CMM and other stuff, and then just have a buy order for titanium that you can work on. The other thing is were you the one, or is it somebody else that didn't have a carrier? If you've got a carrier, you can load up your own carrier, and I can tell you where to jump to bring the stuff. So it's really up to you, whatever type of help you want to offer. But I use Raven Colonial, which tracks all the deliveries and the up-to-date needs of the site being built.
Permission granted. Check your landing pad assignment.
And I can... And actually, you may be curious about that anyway, so I'll post a link to it so you can look at it. What we're loading up
I
the
have
carrier
one, said
for.
Knox.
Landing gear deployed.
So there's the Raven
HTTPS
Colonial
colon
site for it.
//ravencolonial.com/hash build equals 5,565,071 X6C 4F1C 8295 5A2 93,500.
I've tried to make it not talk
Atlas ran.
those types of messages, but it just cannot seem to not say them. You know what I should do? Let me see if I can set it up to not say anything coming from me. Be a good way to do it. All right. I'm going to try it again. I put in a filter so it shouldn't be talking when I'm posting, but I'll repost that same link one more time here so you can ignore it if it talks.
https
Nope, that didn't work.
//ravencolonial.com/hashbuild equals 5,565,071 x6c 4f1c 8295 5a2 93,549 said Atlas Rand. Hello, great videos lately. Very informative, thanks, my man said. Lag plays.
Hey, thanks, Lag. Okay, I'm going to tweak this. Change access to all. Put in a buy order. And titanium. Let's say like 6,000. And I'll pay double. What, not 400%. There you go. Got enough. So I've got a buy order for titanium, and the carrier should be opened up to everybody now. But yeah, check out that link that's showing you what I'm building, the progress on it, what's left to do, all the good stats.
Landing gear retracted.
Landing clamp disengaged. You have liftoff.
So what have you been doing, Lag? Which video was helpful for you?
Frameshift drive charging.
Vessel has departed the no fire zone. Good luck, Commander.
Three, two, warning. Temperature critical.
I've been looking at the colony stuff and power play stuff said. Lag
Gotcha.
plays.
Yeah, the colony stuff is still changing. The power play stuff is mostly static at this point. But you can also disregard some of the earlier videos on power play that I did back in like September, October. Because so many things got changed with power play that a lot of the old ones just don't work anymore. So just videos for this year should be the ones that are actually useful for power play. Which we'll do a little bit of power play here as well. I'm going to do some mining for credits here. Get a few more loads dropped off and then I'll go do that. What is that? Oh, it's a wake somebody had. Yeah, I love using eye control to select things. Oh yeah, that was nice. Resist should be on to pull me out, not off.
Docking request denied.
Too far.
Docking
There we
request
go.
granted.
I'm going to wait to do a colony until FF figures it out. No rush, plenty of galaxy out there, said.
That's the
Lag
right
plays.
attitude. Absolutely. And you'll have a lot more tools like this, the one that I posted, this link here.
Landing gear deployed. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Oh, the All right, let me try posting it again. See if it still reads it. I'm still trying to figure out how to get it to stop reading things that I post, because obviously I'm talking, so I don't need my posts read. Did that work? Ooh, that might have worked. Sweet. Okay. I literally couldn't figure out how to do that for 3 months, guys. Okay. So that link for lag, if you check out, that is a site called Raven Colonial. There's also an app that you can download that it works with, but it tracks all your builds and progress for building stations and stuff. Once you get to that point, it's going to be very useful.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
This is a pretty quick loop. It's just I'm doing one material, so it's really repetitive.
Have you done any Odyssey on foot stuff lately? I haven't in a while.
I haven't either, man. That's a good point. It's probably been a few months for sure.
Frameshift drive charging.
For sure.
https://discord.gg/confter2 said. Stream elements.
Alright, let's see if I can make stream elements also not lay stuff. So I'm trying to play the game, do the stream, but also tweak some of these settings. See if this works.
Open or said. Knox.
Open RPG. Oh, it really doesn't matter. You could be in solo because deliveries are to a carrier, and so there's no need for people to actually even be in the same
07
PG.
Commander said. Shane Boss.
Hey, Shane. It is kind of one of the beauties of doing colonization is that it's asynchronous. There's not a need to do things. Okay, Super Cruise is on. Good. To do things in the same PG, there's not a need even to do them at the same time. You could have somebody doing things to build out a colonization middle of the night while the person who actually owns it is sleeping. So time asynchronous, private group asynchronous, or solo even. And you can even do it for people who you don't have any kind of a group relationship with. So you can randomly just go up to any construction site and drop off materials. Well, I mean, they can be. It depends if you see each other. I've been in wings plenty of times doing space trucking where you just never see each other anyway. You're not getting any kind of a bonus. There's no missions involved, so being in a wing doesn't really get you anything. And unless you're specifically sitting there and waiting for the other person to get loaded up so you can fly together, you're rarely going to see each other because you're both going to be in warp usually at the same time. And then, you know, when you're landing is when the other person's picking up. When you're picking up, they're dropping off, etc., etc. Well, if you want to, you can join my PG. That's not a problem. But I'm just letting you know that it generally makes no difference at all. You're not gonna really see the other person much.
I fly solo most of the time said. Lag plays.
Yep.
Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
Yeah, I mean, the only time I'm really playing with other people is if we're hunting Thargoids. That's generally a group activity where you definitely want to see each other because you're all shooting the same target. Sometimes if we do group exploration, I'll take a group of noobs out, fly them along systems to let them get Stratum Tectonicus, come back from a trip with a few 100 million on them, But they're all just sitting in my ship, not needing to worry about figuring out where to go or deal with ships that have a small jump range, because I'll jump them using neutrons over 300 light years per jump, and then bring them back, and then they have the money to actually buy their own Mandalays and start outfitting them. But for most other things, certainly for hauling, generally just do it all in solo. I mean, you can see what I'm doing here. This activity is not something you're gonna miss out on anything on by being in solo.
Frameshift drive charging.
And you're clear. See you. Good luck, Commander.
Temperature critical.
Oh yeah.
I
That's what
like
I'm
the
gonna do.
Mandalay. It made my Phantom obsolete. It what to do with it now said.
Yeah, I got
Lag
rid of my
plays.
Phantom, so don't need it anymore.
Hello, man. Returning to Elite is daunting. I have over 16 bill and a bunch of engineered ships, but I feel like a new player lol said. DJ.
Yeah, I could see that. Man, it's good you still got money from back when you used to play, but whenever I've taken long breaks from the game, not just this one, but certainly also Elite, it does feel a little overwhelming sometimes.
Did you like this stream yet? Said. Stream elements.
Landing gear deployed.
Good old Void Opals time big smile said. CMDR R8. Oh 07 Kunder. It's Monday but it's okay cause Atlas is streaming. Said. Dan Debelis.
That's all it takes. That's all it takes to make Monday
I
okay.
did. Said. Knox.
That's funny. All right. CMM.
Cargo
It looks like the only thing that's kind of tight here is ceramic composites. Let's see if steel is. Oh yeah, steel still is. But I mean, it's available. It's just not a very high quality. Everything else is in
I
great
think
shape.
the game is more approachable now than ever before,
Oh yeah,
especially with SCO drives and the changes to farming mats. Said
exactly. Both of those
Shane
things are
Boss.
great. Yeah, that's definitely the case, Shane. Okay, load it up. Yep.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
And with the new ships that are out that make it a lot easier to fly SCO, and you got a great exploration ship, which we didn't used to have. You got a good mid-sized hauler that we didn't used to have. You got the best small ship ever with the Cobra.
Frameshift
So
drive
yeah,
charging.
definitely a very good time to come back to the game.
Engineers are not anymore, too said. CMDR R8.
Well, yeah, I guess engineering changes are not as big a deal, I think, but the fact that you know exactly how many materials you need for each level means you're not wasting more material. For that last final 5%, are you a completionist? Do you go from 95% to 100%? Or do you just say, screw it, I don't need to waste the materials? That was something very common in the past. Now, yeah, well, I for one always go for 100% because it's a known quantity of 5 levels for the tier 5.
I still prefer the ASP over the Mandalay, said DJ.
Why? Just like the way it looks, or what?
I love my Cobra 5, with 3 Multis and 2 rapid fire phasing pulse lasers. Big smile, said CMDR R8.
Comms established. Hello, Commander. Clearance granted.
Cockpit obviously, said DJ.
Request accepted.
Yeah, the cockpit's definitely nice around the ass. I tell you what, these new cockpits that you can't see quite as well from, they all last a lot longer though in battle. That's even more true with the what's the newest ship? I'm blanking out. The Corsair. Like fighting Thargoids in the Corsair, it is a rare thing that your windshield gets cracked. Very rare. Like I had it happen once every 2.5 hours. Maybe once every 2 hours.
Landing gear deployed.
In the Crate 2, it was happening probably twice an hour. And in most other ships, it was happening like every time I'd go out. All right, let me do another test here. Well, it's a test, but also if anyone wants to join Discord, it's open.
Commander.
Okay, good. So it's not speaking anymore. Good. Perfect. That means stuff I post or that Stream Elements post isn't going to get spoken, which is what I've wanted for a long time. Where are we? Dropping off? Yep. What do I got left to do? Yeah, I just need,
Landing gear retracted.
looks like one more run.
Ship released. Maintain a controlled speed until clear.
Nope, 2 more runs. 2 more runs. I'll have enough CMM. Then we'll go do a little mining for merit, and then maybe I'll finish up by doing some more hauling of other materials.
Ship is clear. Good luck, Commander.
One thing I will say is, having had a number of new players that I brought into the game, and then going with them and teaching them, showing them some stuff, it's so much easier now to, there it is, to start the game and really get into a, what I would sort of describe as middle game. Like, I remember flying the Asp Explorer for probably a year before upgrading to the Phantom. I remember it took me forever to get the first cutter, or to get, for that matter, the Corvette. Like, those were all multi-month long things to do. Now, and I know I could have min-maxed some of that stuff and done them faster. But, you know, everything took a long time. Like the carrier, the first carrier I got was all based on low temperature diamond sales. And it was back when you can get close to $1 billion for an Anaconda worth of low temperature diamonds. And like, the game speed was much slower. You didn't feel like you were in mid-game for a couple of months after starting to play, or at least 1 month. Right now, and I'm as guilty as everybody else of this, because you watch my videos on how to go 0 to hero for new players, and you're basically sitting in the Mandalay in the first 2 hours of playing the game. And your Mandalay is your top-end exploration ship. You're sitting, well, I guess for hauling, you're getting a Type 9. You're not getting a cutter, but you're certainly getting a Type 9. Did I not get a dock? You're getting a Type 9 very quickly compared to what it used to be, in a matter of just a couple days. Or sorry, no, forget that. In 1 day, matter of a couple hours, you're sitting in Type 9 if you want to haul. Same thing with, well, it used to be. getting a Python to go mining. Of course, now it's actually getting a Corsair to go mining. Better ship for that.
Hunting gear deployed.
But it's just very fast. Like, you can go basically skip through your beginner gameplay in about an hour, go to your middle tier gameplay, and do that for about 3 hours, maybe 1 day. And after 1 day, you can afford any ship in the game. And you could do any kind of gameplay. And the only ships that you still have a hard time getting are the ones locked behind Federal rank or Imperial rank. Everything else is totally accessible to you, including top tier components.
Docking successful.
And then you got to spend 1 day on each type of engineering components, and not even a day. I mean, really, you could do all the raws in less than a day. You could do all the manufactured in for sure less than a day. Usually about 4 hours is all it takes. And then the hardest ones are still to get are the signal ones, because some of that still just takes time to grind out. But it's still very quick. I guess technically going out and getting the Guardian stuff takes as long as it always has. You still have to fly a good distance. You still have to go through the motions of driving around the dune buggy and picking up stuff and opening up the Guardian vaults and whatnot. But it's what am I doing? I'm buying stuff. But it, like, the whole beginning game has been greatly accelerated. And I think that there is some benefit to that because it retains players. It keeps people from giving up.
Cargo hold.
But there's also a disadvantage in that the game felt like it was a lot longer to us. Like, there was more progression ahead of you. And I came to this game from EVE Online. So I was really used to like year-long or multi-year-long training paths to get to the point where you're able even to fly a ship. Because in EVE Online, you train in real time, meaning even when you're not playing the game, as long as time is passing, your character is training something. But all those training paths combined are like 10 years long. So it takes forever to get trained in that game. And so here I didn't feel like things took that long, but they're so much faster now. There's so much time compression that we have that didn't exist before. I just don't want it to go overboard, you know what I mean? Like, there's a dangerous... If you go too far, you turn the game into an arcade game. And it stops being this great space epic game that we love. That I love, anyway.
Frameshift drive charging.
Hey, by the way, that link I posted to the Discord, if you guys go in there, remember one of the things to do is to self-validate. So make sure you follow the instructions to self-validate, otherwise you can't see most channels. And you can post on a few of them, but you're going to be missing out on the most of the meat and potatoes of the
What
Discord.
app was it in the commodities market top right corner said? Shane Boss.
That is the Raven Colonial, which uses SRV Survey as its front-end app. I'll give you a link to that in just 1 sec here. Hang on. Let me get this set up.
Survey, Shane said. CMDR right.
Yep. There you go.
Good opportunity for FDev to make more game players, loops said. Knox.
Yeah. I mean, certainly Colonization is a big gold loop that 20,000 people tried in the first couple of weeks. I think there's about 5,000 left there that are still doing it like me. And I fully expect that number to drop to about 1,000 within a couple of months. By the time it's finished, it's out of beta, I think a lot of people will be more interested in sub loops of that than the whole loop. meaning people who want to do space trucking will just arrange contracts to get paid money just for bringing materials in, not for building their own systems. And those rates, by the way, are definitely climbing, which is, to me, an indicator there's fewer people wanting to do this loop. It used to be that it would cost you about $1 billion to load up your carrier, meaning you leave a carrier, you put in buy orders. The total amount of money you're going to spend for filling your carrier up completely is right around $1 billion. Right now, people are charging $2 billion for that. The cost for somebody to outsource the construction of your Coriolis right now is $8 billion. And the cost for outsourcing the construction of a T3 station, that's one of the 3 biggest stations, or the most expensive stations you can build, that is $27 billion right now. So that tells me 2 things. One, there's fewer people wanting to do this than there were in the first couple of weeks. 2, there are people that have accumulated enough money doing other activities, like, say, killing Thargoids, that paying $10 billion or even $20 billion or more is not unreasonable, because it means you don't have to do work that you don't enjoy doing. And if I get it, a lot of people that really like doing pew pew type activities don't like doing space trekking type activities. What am I doing? I'm just going here. So I get it, makes sense, but I kind of enjoy doing both, at least in moderation. I like the space trekking, I like the Thargoid hunting, I like all that stuff. But you know, I also know I played this game a lot more than most people. I think I've got over 7,000 hours now.
Landing gear retracted.
What happened to my music? That not ever restart?
How much do colonies earn for the owner said? Knox.
Very little, basically negligible. I think I'm making like $1 million a week or something. And I've spent God knows how many billions to get there. I mean, I've got systems with like 3 large stations in them. I've got a total, I think, 8 systems right now. So it's very small. Don't even think about it.
Frameshift drive charging. Temperature critical.
Do you know what is needed to get universal cartographics in your system? Said Shane Boss. What's the perk? Said Knox. Mats. Said Knox.
To get universal cartographics in your system, I do not know. I don't think they've ever talked about it. The one thing I do know is you can get
Said
interstellar factors in
Shane
your
Boss.
system if you put some pirate bases into your system, then you will get universal, or not universal, you will get interstellar factors, so you can clear out your bounties in the system. I had those in my first system because I started putting up some pirate stuff in there. And then as I built the system out further with like civilian and other types of, I didn't put any military, but I think I put some police in there. Then it disappeared on me, so I no longer have interstellar factors. But as far as universal color graphics, I mean, that should
there will ever be a reason to
that should pop up in all systems.
With no landables. E1 singular like the water world. Said DJ.
So the worlds give you, yes, the answer is yes. Water worlds give you 2 economies. It's world worlds as well as terraformable worlds and Earth-like worlds. So I think Earth-like worlds gives you 3. The others give you 2 economies for your stations above them. Earth-like worlds have a high-tech, they have a tourism, and they have a farming economy. And for water worlds, I think you have a farming and a tourism, but not high-tech. So it is, there actually will be, like, it's not true today, right? This is supposedly coming on Wednesday, part of the new patch. But as part of the new patch, putting a station above a planet that you can't put anything on, if it's a somewhat unique planet like a world or a Earth-like world, it actually does generate economies, much in the same way as if you were to put out some bases on the planet itself. So I don't know. I mean, I think it's still better just to put it on the normal rock or metal, high metal world, and then build things on the planet to steer the economy towards what you want. But who the hell knows? I'm very curious to see what happens with my original system after the patch. Let me show you what it is. It's actually kind of interesting. So it's right here. In data unavailable. Data is definitely not unavailable. I've been there a billion times.
I was out of audio. What was needed for universal cartographics in the system? Said.
Nothing's needed. Yeah, nothing's needed for universal cartographics. That should be automatically in every system. Universal cartographics should be available in every system for a T2 or a T3. For T1s, I think that varies. You may have a T1 that doesn't have your universal cartographics. But for T2s and T3s, they all should have it. So this is my first system, guys.
Buffed for power play as well as Exo said. Shane Boss. Buddy Waldron. Thanks for following.
So what's interesting here is I built this before we knew any of the rules. So I plopped down a whole bunch of planet-based, moon-based stuff over here. And then I put a T3 right here on the sun. And then I put a asteroid base, now called Abandoned Foundry, because it hasn't ever been turned on in 6.5 weeks that it's been running, over here. And then I have an ice base over here. So basically, none of my planets feed anything.
On pristine ice worlds.
Right.
So I am excited to see what goes on after update.
Yeah, and so like all of these are useless right now, but after the update, we're supposed to have minor connections between every station in the system and every resource available in the system. And in my case, in this system, there are no major connections. So no place that I have a station can I place anything on that planet. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stations floating around, and none of them have anything on the planets they're on. They're going to have to rely on all of these planetary things and all of these like in space things to generate economies. Because right now there's just like no economies at all here. And it's a really nice little system. I've got pristine rings. I've got 3 different types of rings, so you can literally mine for anything in this system. It's right on the edge of the bubble. You know, this was just outside the bubble when I grabbed it. And it is within 1 jump. It's like it's right here. It's within 1 jump of the ship that has everything in it. So it's a great location. It's just I built everything before we had any rules. So it's built wrong. All right, I unloaded, so time to go get that last load. And then we'll do some whatchamacallit, some mining. Wait, shit, did I just take off from, oh, I did, god damn it. Okay, I gotta reland. I didn't buy anything yet, I gotta buy stuff.
Planetary bases should be customized and can collect engineering mats, said Knox.
Landing gear deployed.
All right.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Sorry, I have to be typing my support question at OBS here for why my audio to the game stopped working all of a sudden. Okay, let's buy our last load of CMM. I believe it's the last. Let me just double check. Yes, it should be our last load of CMM. So getting it on the carrier, and then of course, once we actually bring the carrier up there,
Cargo hold at
then
maximum
we'll
capacity.
finish up CMM. So now I have aluminum, steel, and titanium left.
Hello, Atlas said. CMDR Sergeant.
Hey Sarge, what's going on?
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Dragster.
Hey, Drac, you still up? It is what, 3 a.m. where you are. Or thereabouts. More Holland.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, Drac's kind of in the same boat as I am. We both have about 90,000 tons of cargo to move in the next
Just
2
woke
weeks.
Up said. Dragster.
Oh, just woke up. Nice.
5 a.m. said.
Oh, okay. I thought it was
Dragster.
4. I guess it's 5. Yeah.
$99K said. Dragster.
Yeah, I got 90. You got 99. You got 99 problems. I know, right? They look so much cooler,
Never
man, but
built
why do
a
they cost
T3
triple the
ever again
material?
said. Dragster.
I'm right there with you. Like, I've got one and a half of them. I got one that's done that you helped done, and then I got the one that's half built right now, and I don't think I'm starting anymore. Although I guess technically there's nothing wrong with doing a T3 if you're not doing it on time. You're not doing it as the first one in the system. But, you know, it was definitely disappointing with the T3 in the Atlas bubble, where it was built and then it got the wrong economy. And it's like, why do I need a T3 that sells all the agricultural crap? Like, that's not a useful T3. T3 is only useful if you want to maximize the amount of metals you're selling.
Permission granted. Check your landing pad assignment. Request accepted. Your docking computer has assumed control.
Landing gear deployed.
Landing complete. Ship is secure. Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
Now, where am I relative to everything else here? By the way, there's that current T2 construction project down here. That is at a neutron star. So it's actually super fast to go back from there. Getting there is a little slower, but coming back is fast. And then I've got another one over here at this neutron. And then I've got this one I'm not sure about. I've got 3 of them over at this neutron. I definitely didn't need 3 freaking stations here. Remember that's when you and I, Drac, were trying to grab stuff, competing with that other group. And so I ended up getting like 3 freaking systems when I only needed 1. But either way, I got 3 neutrons I'm next to now. I don't know if I'm going to keep going past 22 Aquila. I mean, these are basically the 3 closest to the bubble. 22 Aquila, the one down here in Dark Region, and of course this one right here, the PSR. This one is the closest one to the bubble. Yep. So basically anyone leaving the bubble will want to use one of these 3 neutrons, and I've got stations at all 3 of them at this point. All right, so I was gonna actually check my distance and power play. Boom. Where is the... No. This one? Nope. Nope. Usually not finding this. There was a there was a system I was mining in that was doing very well yesterday.
You only need one good one now. If the colonization system works after Wednesday said. Draxter.
Yeah, that's true. Depends how well it works, right? Okay, I'm gonna have to look this up. I don't remember off the top of my head. It is, oh yeah, it's Omicron Capricorn Beta. That's what it was. How many jumps? It's way south. Oh, 4 jumps, not bad. Alright. Let's see how many jumps it is in my mining ship then. I guess that would be that. Oh yeah. Everything is unengineered. God damn. I gotta get engineering in this account set up. The only thing here is I really want to get... I don't have the engineers unlocked. I really need to get I need a power distributor, which is, anybody remember what a power distributor engineer is, or who it is? I can look it up, I guess. That would be
Dweller said. Dan Debelis.
Dweller? Really? I didn't think it was Dweller. I thought it was some chick. I know some of them. I'm still, like, I started unlocking, but I didn't finish unlocking. Yeah, it is Dweller. You're right about that. Okay, so that's weird. Weird. Okay, how far away is weird? Probably too far. Ten jumps. Jesus. Ugh. But I don't think I can really do this without doing this first. Screw it. All right, we'll do the jump in the carrier then. I think they're all running 15 minutes right now, so shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, because I gotta have a better distributor. Otherwise, my lasers are gonna keep getting turned off. On my other account, I've actually got my this ship, the God, I keep spacing out the name of this stupid thing. The, what are you called? The Corsair. There we go. I've got the Corsair set up with 4 size 2 lasers, which is awesome. Basically the same setup that I have on the Cutter and the Anaconda, except it's on a medium-sized ship, so it's really fast chewing through rocks. And with a power distributor that is fully engineered out to weapons, it doesn't run out of power before the rock is finished. Like it gets to probably like the 85th percentile of being empty, but it is never runs out of power until the rock is fully gone with 4 lasers, 4 size 2 lasers. It's freaking awesome. So this one, I don't think I'm going to be able to tune quite as high because I'm going to have a lack of materials. That's the other thing that I could do is I keep putting off, because this account I'm mostly using for building stuff for colonization. I've been kind of putting off doing gathering materials for it. So I've got raws. In fact, let me just check. Let me check a few things here. First off, engineers, let's make sure that we have unlocked. Is it the Dweller? Yeah. Okay, so he is unlocked. Cool. The provider's unlocked. Felicity is unlocked. Petra is not yet unlocked, but she's a long way away. Okay, Dee Dee is not unlocked. Haven't done the Brandy thing, and I don't have any of these unlocked yet down here. I haven't done the Blue Mafia. I haven't done the Bill Turner stuff. But I have done the Dweller. I just haven't pinned anything there. And I clearly forgot to pin anything at Todd. Got it. And then Felicity is, well, that's the first one. So I've got stuff pinned, but I haven't opened her up to the top level yet. Man. So Asura, that's up in Colonia space, I assume. Yeah, Petra's in Colonia, that's right. Oh, and then what was the other thing I was going to check on? Mats. So I'm decent on these, on the raws. I'm not very good on the encoded. Oh, and this is, I guess, a combo. Yeah. Be better on Guardian stuff than some of the other things. So, yeah, I'm meh. I'm okay, but not great on most of the manufactured ones. But this is also part of the reason for doing power plays, because power play gives you materials for engineering once you open up each level. So it's a chicken and egg kind of thing. I guess we might as well see what the countdown is here. 9 minutes.
Hello there, Atlas and Commanders 07 said. Lord Narkowski.
Hey Narco, how's it going? 5 more minutes, guys. What have you been up to, Narco? How was the event? I have to hear. In fact, I'd love to get you on Discord and then hear about your experience with Burcon.
Good evening, Atlas 07 chat. Hi, Narco said. Mighty Agoo. It was fun. I can drop on in 15 minutes or so if you like, said.
Yeah, man.
Lord Narkowki.
Come on over. Hey, Goo. What's going on?
Oh 07 Agoo said. Lord Narkowki.
Here we go. Getting ready to jump.
Attention, carrier has entered pre-flight lockdown. All services are now on hold. Landing pads retracted. Hangar bays are secure.
Think my cat has taken a dump, lol. Stinks said.
Yeah.
Mighty Agoo.
Cats are known for that.
All decks have signed off. Maintenance teams are in place. Carrier crew, prepare for jump. Attention all personnel. Frameshift drive has engaged.
Attention. Counting down to jump. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go.
Hey, how's
Hey,
it
Noof.
going?
How are you?
Ned.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Victorious.
Carrier jump successful. Security checks are underway.
Hey all. Hey Lord Narkowski said.
Launch
Dragster.
protocols have concluded. All services are now available.
So what did we learn this week?
All right, so we're here. Let's do some engineering, hopefully.
Clamps have released. Maintain a
Settlements
speed until clear.
and big carriers. Where is it? There it is. Back up.
Landing gear retracted. Frameshift drive
Oh, that's
charging.
good. Well, you're not
I
really
keep
missing my
missing your
streams. I
streams.
haven't been streaming
I've
much
been
at
pretty
all.
busy RL,
I
but
was
I've gotten
traveling
back
for a
into
week.
making videos, so I'm happy to fix that. Nooftorious.
I was traveling for a week, then I got sick on the flight back, so I was basically not making videos because I was sick for a week. Really, more like 10 days. And I've only done a few since then. At random times. Don't expect the schedule from me, that's for sure. But it's good to see some old folks, well, not old folks, old names You're not all old, but the names are old. All right, Black Hide. Hey, Noof, I got a weird problem that I don't know if you were running into.
Dragster.
Yeah, well. My OBS seemed to have stopped piping in game audio. Like normally I just use that checkbox that says beta pipe in audio from game. And it's no longer doing that. And it seemed to have stopped like a couple days ago. It's really weird. I just noticed in the last video, it's like, wait, there's no game audio?
I haven't streamed in a bit, but I'll be getting more serious with making content starting in May, including streaming, said Nooftorious.
You haven't been streaming at all? Man, I'm curious to see what your huge T3 land-based station does after Wednesday's update.
Haven't streamed in a couple weeks, said
Okay.
Nooftorious.
Yeah, so neither one of us been doing a whole lot of streaming then.
Gutamaya Golf, India, November. Automated flight control protocol initiated. Please submit a request prior to landing. Docking permission authorized. You may proceed to landing pad 04.
Not sure on that issue. When I have issues like that, I usually delete and make a new audio output or whatever it might be, said Nooftorious.
Yeah, so I'm kind of afraid of I'm gonna have to redo stuff. Why is this not landing? Do I? Oh, I don't have auto land. Hello. Like, why is this not working? Where's 4? There's 4.
Landing gear deployed.
Alright, can I upgrade this?
Docking procedure completed. Ship secured.
Parts.
Greetings, Commander.
We're gonna go with weapons. Yeah, I have sulfur. It's fine. Oh man. Forget how long it's gonna take to do that. Wait, what? Okay, nice to that. Could have gone here already. And I also need to set this for charge enhance for the pin. That's what most of them are going to be. Can I do an experimental? Barely.
Do you know if I'm able to kill the ads in EDSM? Said CMDR Sergeant. Hi, how's it going? Just eating, waiting to head to work. Said Techno Free.
Hey, Techno. If I'm able to kill the ads in EDSM, which ads are you talking about? You mean like website ads or what? Or something else?
By Thursday I will also have a T3 station in the system. It's at 82% right now. Said Newtorious. All of them. Said CMDR Sergeant.
I don't have any ads, George, in EDSM, so I don't know.
The pop-up said CMDR
crap,
Sergeant.
I don't have this. Okay, so that's as high as I can get, I guess. Oh well, better than nothing. Then I'm missing that, I'm missing that. Ironically, I could do the tier 5, just can't do the tier 4 and the tier 3. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a run for, well, we'll see. And he doesn't have anything else I need in here. Okay. Oh, while I'm here, if I wanted to do a charge enhance, do I have the materials for that? Yes, no, same thing. Okay, can't do 3 and 4 or 5. Okay, let's go back to the carrier.
Departure authorized.
Landing gear retracted. Frameshaft drive charging.
Said Newtorious.
That's a huge population.
3,
Hey man, I get
1.
1 million from 8 different systems. Like not 1 million each, 1 million total from 8 different systems, so I wouldn't feel too bad. Carriers. Well, this will be better. It's not ideal, but this will be at least better. Don't do that. Fly around the planet.
Frameshaft drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, hold up. You guys screwing the game audio now, it looks like. Crap. Okay, whatever I did something to make the game audio work now. Jesus. Okay, now I have to turn it off. You're hearing probably a slight echo with the game audio now. Let me fix that by turning off my workaround, which was this.
The game is really loud now said.
Yeah,
Nooftorious.
it just turned on. All right, there we go. Now I close that. And now I need to be able to hear it, so... Yeah, I just looked at the VU meter. I'm like, holy cow, that's moving. Apparently, I had too many duplicate games set up in OBS is what it turned out to be. And I should be using one game instance and then just doing a copy of it for everything else. It probably doesn't mean anything to most of you guys, but... Oh, well, that's not gonna work. Let's just go fast. Okay, and then for me to hear the damn game, I just need to put it here. There we go. Now you all can hear it and I can hear it. Perfect. Really hard to play the game without audio, I find. Oh, way too fast. Because the audio gives you so much context of what's going on in the game. Yeah. And if I'm still like totally up for doing something, you know, with you, like where we're both streaming something we're doing together. Been talking about that for a while, but we need to actually do it. Get it done. Techno Freak, same thing. I would love to do something where we're
that would
collabing.
Be cool said. Nooftorious.
I've watched a couple of these guys on YouTube. I can't remember the name of the channels, but usually it gets on really late at night. But there's like 3 channels all doing, you know, 3 different crap. Keep forgetting to actually drop out. They're doing 3 streams of 3 people doing stuff together, and then they're VTubers, so it's all these goofy looking cartoon things, like Japanese style. But it's still kind of neat. I mean, it's not my style of thing to watch, but it is always fun to watch multiple streams from people interacting and doing stuff together in the game. And I know that there's like a concern about, well, we're going to split the audience. You know, it's the same people watch all of us anyway. Well, yeah, to some extent. There's plenty of people that only watch one of us, though. Am I 14? No, I'm 10. Where's 10? Over there.
Landing gear deployed.
Docking successful. Enjoy your stay. We've got you, Commander.
Oh. That's a thing. Let's try this. I know there's no free slots. Don't go there, damn it. I'm gonna jump next to it, but I need to use that as a reference. Don't. God, I hate this interface sometimes. Like, you can't just tell it to select something without telling it. I mean, you can, and it's not supposed to. I should be able to just hit that button and it should just take me there without trying to jump there. And then I can jump to Lenka. There. Ugh. And let's just check how long of a...
Just end for the day. Hopefully I can be on in about 30 minutes or so, said Knox.
Oh, hey, Knox. Yeah, cool. Lenka. And then Ka. How many jumps? 9 jumps. That's too many. That is too many. This thing is, because it's unengineered, it's, everything just takes forever. So I'm gonna just carry it over. But I do need to... Yeah, maybe what I'll do is I'll leave the mining ship in that system when I'm done, and then just take a Mandalay back, so that next time I don't have to bring the whole carrier. I just bring the Mandalay over, and I'll have the ship array sitting there. I think that'll be a better way to do it, because that system I did pretty damn well in yesterday. Well, I put a video out. I guess it was 2 days ago, but if you guys watched the video, I recorded it during the day, but then I ended up not able to sleep, so I ended up editing it in the middle of the night. But it's my mining for merits with platinum video, or mining platinum for merits, I think is what it was called. Because I did a previous...
When I get back to streaming, I need to get more stuff set up. At least a bot said. Newtorious.
Yep, I hear you. Well, the bots are not that hard. It all depends on how much stuff you want them to do. Like, I'm not a fan of a whole bunch of shit happening on the screen if somebody subscribes or if they do something. Like, to me, that's distracting from the thing I'm actually watching, which is the game. I don't mind hearing somebody say, hey, thanks for that sub. But it is annoying on some of these streamers where like half their screen just disappears into some major weird action clip meme thing from something that has nothing to do with the game, but is from some 1980s movie, as people are subbing or following or whatever. So there's actually a hilarious video that was done by Viva la Dirt League, which is a comedy group that does YouTube videos out of New Zealand, and all their videos are they're comedic videos around the topics of video games. The one they had was
I want an overlay, but keep it simple, said
a typical
Newtorious.
streamer playing a video game, and they've got a guy that's basically like in a, I don't know, World War II or maybe Modern Warfare, but one of those kind of Call of Duty looking locations. And he's getting ready to snipe, and he's trying to stay hidden. And literally every 15 seconds, he has to do a little movement, a little action for somebody that subbed or somebody that did a whatever. You know, had caused some action to the video. So it's like the super high tension, you know, secret trying to hide sniper gameplay keeps getting interrupted by people doing shit on the stream. I think that for a lot of streamers that is on the wrong side of the balance. I do what I prefer to watch, which is I like having the audio conversations with people while I'm playing. I like having their comments come in as announcements. So far, that's not really been a problem. I can ban somebody pretty quick, and I don't time out. I just permaban people. If somebody does something badly once, they're probably going to repeat it. So if someone's trying to advertise some product on the stream, it's going to get permabanned. But maybe because of that, maybe just because of good luck, I really haven't had any issues with people abusing the text to speech. And so it's super convenient for me to be able to hear you guys rather than having to constantly be looking at a side screen all the time and seeing who's commenting what. I do have a comment screen that is running, but it's fairly small size and it's basically running inside of an iPad. But luckily I don't have to look at it very often because most of your stuff comes in, as speech, text to speech. Narco, I think you said you were going to try and jump in on Discord, and I have tweaked Discord since the last time I used it, so I may need to get some other settings so that other people can hear you when you're in Discord. We'll see. We'll find out if y'all can hear Narco. So backstory is Narco went to BurCon. Is that what it's called? I feel like it's not actually called BurCon, but it's Commander Burr Pit. Oh, PitCon. It's called PitCon. It's the channel is Burr Pit, right? So I watched a little bit of their live stream that they were doing. Decent turnout in London. But I'm curious to see if there was any particular highlights of the event that Narco remembers that he enjoyed. Live vicariously a little bit through him. It's been a while since I've gotten to any kind of a convention. I've watched a few of them, like for Star Citizen and other games, but I'm just too damn lazy these days to fly anywhere. That's what it comes down to, I think, mostly. I'm like, I'll fly if I need to. If I'm getting paid to go somewhere, I'll fly. If I'm looking at flying somewhere for enjoyment, it's probably going to be the beach. It's not going to be a cold location somewhere. And I got sick on the flight back from my trip that I had to take to New York a couple of weeks ago. So it was all good while there. Temperature was damn low. It was in the 30s, which, it's like 90 here in Texas. But on the flight back, I managed to catch something in the airplane because the first day back was perfectly fine. Second day back, sore throat. Nose started dripping in the back of my throat. A little bit of coughing. By the second day or third day back, I guess, then I was coughing a lot more. The sore throat was really sore. That whole thing. So you probably still hear a little tiny bit of it right now. I don't feel bad at all, but it took a long time. It took like 10 or 11 days to wrap up. And I did a COVID test and everything and a flu test. It wasn't the flu or COVID. It was just a common cold that was just nasty. Lasted a damn long time. But I guess... Oh, Narco, there you are. All right. I may need to tweak some audio settings once you start talking and see if people can hear you. Okay, so far I can't hear you, so for sure they can't. Nope. So you can hear me.
Carrier jump sequence is underway. Lockdown begins in 5 minutes.
Hang on. Voice chat. There we go. Let's try that. All right, say something.
Something?
Okay, I heard you this time round. I heard you say something. It came in the wrong monitor, but that's all right. How about folks on the stream? Did you hear Narco say something? Let me know.
Do testing. Testing?
Yep, I hear the test.
Hello.
Yep. All right, say something again.
Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, cool. I'm still waiting for the stream to reply back if they can hear you.
Yes,
I can hear
Seth.
you.
Mighty
Oh,
Agu.
okay. Yeah, Ogu can hear me.
All right, well, Goo can probably hear you because you're next door to him.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, we have
Testing,
adjacent
said.
castles.
Draxter.
That's right. That's how I figured. Testing. Okay. Alrighty. So we can all hear you. How was your trip? Let's start there.
It was quite good. It was a bit of
One
a,
day,
bit of a
2 days?
surprise.
How long were you up there?
2 days. I went up there Friday, met up with Rattus
Yes,
Metallicus.
said.
Mm.
who I
Nathan T.
spent quite a lot of time gaming with, and we went out for a nice meal Friday night, which was quite good. Then got there really early in the morning. We were there about 7:30.
Mm.
We had to register at 8:30, and I think I got photographs of all of the commander name badges that were out, so I can.
Nice.
So I got that, and yeah,
I'm gonna turn the music down, guys, just so we can hear him better. Hang on one sec. There we go. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
You got
recognised a few
badges?
of the names there.
Mhm.
Yeah, we all had like the like the lanyard things,
Mhm.
which as soon as you put them on, they just flip round so that no one can actually see the information that's on there. But yeah, it was interesting because I suppose you go to those things and you meet people and you're like, yeah, oh hello, my name's Dave, nice to meet you. Oh hello Trevor, how are you doing? That, and there was none of that. It was like, oh hello, Lord Narco Wookie. Oh hello, Commander Jacobius, or it
You
was,
mean
we were
Lord
all
Narkawi?
kind of there going on our commando names, which was quite funny.
Yeah. Yeah. The Lord Narkawi, the way that the AI pronounces is pretty funny.
Lord Narco. Did I tell you I got a new account in the Frontier sale? I got one of the
Oh, nice.
the DVD ROMs. I got a new account and I called him Lord Narkowski.
That's great.
just for the laugh. So
Uh-huh.
yeah, he needs a little bit of work before he's able to do anything. But I'll send him out towards where your little bubble is. And
Okay.
I've been working out there.
Nice. Very
Eventually.
cool.
But yeah, it was kind of what I expected. Older, lots of like 50 plus grey-haired men. Once you had hair still. And yeah, but everyone was really nice. It was quite relaxed, quite chilled. Bear and Rini were really nice. I got to talk to Rini for a bit.
Okay.
I got to talk to Arthur for a bit, which was good. I actually bumped into him in the station yesterday, and I had a little chat with him while we were waiting for the trains. And yeah, it was a good laugh. It was
So
fun.
anybody that showed up that you weren't expecting or that you didn't plan on seeing there?
There was a commander there that I had an altercation with at some point, and I was a little concerned as to how that might go down. But I'm not going to mention any.
Now,
names
if he's
'cause,
got a bounty on him, that means you can take him out. That's how that works,
you
you
may
know.
well do. May well do. So but I didn't bump into him at any point, so there was no need, no need to worry there. But yeah, it was quite relaxed. It was quite fun. We got to see the new ship, obviously, which I think it was about 5 minutes total before it was up on the internet.
Yeah.
Discords and YouTube and whatnot.
Yeah,
they didn't
Drac
give us
was using AI to try and recreate the full thing from the bits that were visible.
Yeah, well, people are not quite sure what bit of the ship we're actually seeing in that.
I think it's the ass end.
I think it's the front.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's the front because they've been very clever at the angles that they've given us, and depending on where you are in looking from a certain ship, certain things will obscure your view. I think we're right. I think they're the front legs, and I think where they've put us on the front left leg, looking up.
Yeah.
It's quite low down, and I think there's a cockpit hidden between there, and I think that I reckon those legs will come up and maybe rotate forward to look like maybe like a Type 8.
Yeah.
That's my theory on it anyway, but we got no more information than anybody else, really. We didn't get any little
and then some people would say that, the only reason they're putting any images out right now is to take the focus off the broken colonization stuff. But I don't go. I honestly don't care what the ship looks like. I just want the capacity.
Yeah, it does look big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't hold with the theory that it's a medium haul, and it didn't make any sense.
It makes no sense. But remember, they also said that the Cobra 5 was going to be a medium, and then they said, oh no, it's going to be a small. So I think they just have a default template that is used for PR for all new ships, and it says the word medium, and then they're supposed to change that before putting that out there to the appropriate thing, and they've forgotten once before. They remember and we were all disappointed. We're like, what? Another medium ship? Why does the Cobra need to be medium? That should be a small ship. And sure enough, by the time they were done, it was small.
Maybe it's all just part of the misdirection.
Yeah, I think it's highly less likely than just doing things correctly.
Yeah, but I didn't get
It's a small team.
Off very long, but I kind of broached the subject that, obviously they're very busy at the moment, but I sort of, it must be frustrating when you've been working on something for so long and then you put it out to the community as like a surprise and then they work it out in 2 hours.
Yeah,
It must be frustrating. Like, yeah.
But like Meccan had stuff about it already from digging through the game files like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, there was some data mining. So
yeah,
I mean, it would make sense if that's just appeared in the game. But then again, that could be another misdirection. FF have gotten quite good at it.
I think people give them credit for misdirections more than for bugs. I think a lot of these misdirections were just bugs.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think on a few occasions they've underestimated.
It's like, well, we were going to put Raxlar within 1,000 light years of the bubble, and he should have been there the whole time. But apparently, somebody added a 0, and now he's we have no idea where he is himself. That's lore. I mean, we meant to do that. That's what I mean. Yes. I mean, obviously, I'm kidding about that, but there is an element of like, I don't think they're as clever as people think they're as clever. I think they just can call mistakes intentional when it suits them.
Yeah. I quite probably. Like I said, but there's been a few, I think fairly early on they got caught out just by just how tenacious the player base is in finding things out. So I don't know, maybe they've learned to be a little bit more deceitful.
It doesn't even matter because it doesn't really. Again, it doesn't matter what the thing looks like, as long as it's got 1,000 or more capacity, fully built out. You know that everyone's going to buy who's still doing colonization and or anyone who's doing mining. Like those two groups will just spend the money.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there was a person I spoke to over the weekend that wasn't convinced it was going to be the large hauler, and everybody was interested and wanted it. Now,
if they really want to subvert the expectations, they could call it that name and actually have it be a medium-sized military vessel. And I was like, what? Well, we didn't tell you.
The picture is misdirection.
Again,
yeah. But hopefully it is what we all have been assuming it is.
But it'll still be pissy.
Well, I think with Corsair, I think a lot of people are disappointed. Kind of asking the question as to why we've got this great new gameplay and then we get a pirate ship when everyone's screaming for a larger hauler and we get a pirate ship. It doesn't make any sense. But I think I was listening to someone talking about it and they mentioned that there's quite a lot of pushback over the pay to win model that some people don't appreciate.
Really?
Being able to buy the Stella. Yeah, there's some people who call it the pay to win, and rather than the cosmetic, only being able to buy cosmetics, and now you can buy early access.
Boy, those people ought to go play Star Citizen for a little while and then come back and see what they think.
Oh, I know. No,
this is not pay to win.
I've never spoken to anybody who says it, but it has. I've seen it in the forums and whatnot, people complaining about it. But then people complain about everything. So I think there was a bit of bringing something like that out while this is still in beta.
Yeah.
Beta. could have been seen as a bit of a money grab, which,
Mm-hmm.
bearing in mind they weren't sure how it was going to work out, maybe would have been not a good look, but I don't know. I think...
Say
I think
Omicron Capricorn
all-
Beta.
Oh, shit. Yes, I know. Oh, dear.
What? What'd you do?
I was just docking and I forgot to ask for access, and I've picked
Oops.
up a fine. That's not fair.
Well, hey, at least it's a fine and they didn't blow up your ship. Hey, what's going on, Vortex? God, everybody's showing up today.
And now they're denying me. Oh, that's stupid.
Did y'all get your super fast spinny station bobblehead? You can see on my left bottom there.
I did see it, no, I didn't get one.
Charging.
Limited time offer. You snooze, you lose.
Anything
still there?
that's
I don't
not
know.
cosmetic.
I don't know. I think it
considered
is
paid
till the end of the
win.
month.
Said Battle Vortex.
Battle Vortex. Anything that's not cosmetic is considered paid to win. Yeah, by poor people.
Yeah, no, it's not. Everybody just, everybody's, I don't know, it's like the, you know, there's certain people who don't feel that,
I don't feel the
playing
pain
in
anymore.
solo
CMDR Furion is here.
or player
said
groups should have any bearing
Dragster.
on the background
Mhm.
system or anything like that, which, you know,
We are just bored and
Don't agree with
come
himself,
watch, you
but-
said. Battle
Yeah.
Vortex.
people are entitled to their opinions.
Russell said. Under V uncut.
Well, are they though? I mean, have they paid enough for them? Opinions aren't free, you know.
Yeah.
Pay to
Yeah, I
opinion.
suppose.
That's the new model. Pay to opinion.
Yeah, what's the old saying? Opinions like arseholes.
Everyone's got
one,
two.
they all
Yeah.
stink.
Uh-huh.
And is older than I said.
Oh, here we
Battle
go. Vortex is pretending like I'm older than he is. We all know how old he is, and it starts in the 1950s, boys.
I'll tell you what, it was nice. I felt like a spring chicken.
Did you?
Yeah, I think I was one of the youngest
Here said.
youngest
Dragster.
players there. I think.
Isn't that bizarre?
It
That's
is
crazy.
kind of odd. Well, like, yeah, I'm 50.
Yeah, and you're 50 and you felt like you're one of the younger guys.
I did, yeah.
I know, right? Dude, when I was playing Star Citizen and playing with a bunch of these Brits, that we were all minors. And when you get online with them, yeah, a lot of people have younger sounding voices. Then you start talking to them like, yeah, my great grandson, blah, blah, blah. I was like, great grandson? How old are you? 76?
Yeah.
I was like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Oh, when I retired 15 years ago, I was like, oh, bloody hell.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Talking to people then. Oh, my son's the age of their
I
grandson.
was not
things
born
like
in the
that. So,
1950s.
yeah, I
said
felt quite young.
Battle
It was quite
Vortex.
nice.
Surprised you have TTS enabled for normal messages. High trust commander.
I was just talking about how no one abuses it because,
Dragster.
you know, I don't
1950s,
I don't do timeouts. I just do
Under the
permabans. So people don't really abuse the text to speech because if they do, they only do it once.
Elite is an old man game. Actually, a lot of space games are said. Newftorious.
Yeah, I'd agree with that,
Sending
Noof.
a glare to Uncle J said. Battle Vortex. 1953 me said. Saltire UK.
So Vortex, so I was talking to Noof and somebody else here that you know, we've been talking about doing collab stuff. We should actually do some activities, and for you, Vortex, the last thing I mentioned was on your stream. How about next Friday we go out and kill some Thargoids again? That'll be fun. Maybe we
Hold my
can
beer.
even
Said.
pull
Battle
Narco
Vortex.
in there.
Yeah, I'll be up for it. Yeah, I'm sorry about the last not being able to do Friday, but
Oh.
I said I was traveling and I didn't.
Oh, that's
wouldn't
right.
have my PC with me.
That's
obviously.
right. Yeah, I remember. Is this thing? This thing doesn't have. I don't. Yeah. So I had to, in order to get all the mining bits and bobbles in here, I had to strip the normal niceties that I put on these ships, like overcruise super drive and cruise control elite and all those fancy things. So I'm having to fly and land everything
I was born
manually.
in 1966. Said.
It's good to do that every now and again. Keep your
I'll
eye in.
come said. Dragster.
Otherwise, you get lazy, I think.
Mm-hmm. I don't mind getting lazy.
Tried to join us last time.
That way I'm just going to be more like Battle
CMDR
Vortex if I get
Sergeant.
lazy. What? Sarge, yeah, I did try and join you last time. I did attempt to do that. That is true. That was
I
fun.
already said we
It
should
sort of
do
worked.
that. I need to test the Corsair changes anyway. Said.
All right, let's see how this mining activity goes. Now, there's a double platinum spot here, which from all my testing, double doesn't mean jack shit anymore. It just means it's an odd-shaped, non-circular spot, but I think it's down here. But I still kind of, from habit, I guess, prefer to mine in double platinum spots, even though they don't really mean anything.
It's psychologically pleasing.
And make it an armada
means
set.
you can stay more optimistic because it's
Yeah, exactly what it is. And so that one's there, and then if I go over here, there's the other one platinum. So there's that one and that one.
Face said.
Oh, I forgot to bring. God damn it! Forgot to bring limpets. Oh, that's typical. That's like 50% par for the course for me. Okay.
You sure your Mechan won't be mad at you for joining the Relax Pilots? Said. Battle Vortex.
Oh no, we're gonna do it in Mechan's group though. All right, so I need to either fly to one of these ships and buy some, or is there a station here? See if there's any stations here. Get rid of settlements. Get rid of carriers. We do have a station. Nice. Let's stop there. Vanell City. So there is a benefit to flying in a smaller ship instead of a cutter. We can land at some of these stations. How did I forget limpets? Seriously. I talked about going out here mining for like half an hour and I forgot to bring limpets.
I nearly always forget limpets.
Well, I forget limpets about 50% of the time, according to my videos. But it does feel like it's every time, even if it's 50% of the time.
I told you about the time we went out to go to the shards.
Uh-huh.
And I went all the way out there, and I got there and went to check to where I needed to go on the planet, and realised I hadn't packed my surface scanner.
Mm-hmm.
So I had no idea where I was going. I just decided I just landed by some hills, got there, and then realised that I hadn't packed any limpets. So I had to go off and go and get limpets, and then that was when I realised that I hadn't actually put a collector.
Oops, that's a bigger mistake actually, not putting a collector on. Okay,
I don't know what I was thinking. I was so eager to get out there.
Yeah.
Commencing startup sequence, Capitan. Please hold for final initialization.
Is that Bobblehead meant to be spinning that fast?
Systems and station data.
It is. It's a limited time bobblehead that spins ridiculously fast.
2029. Welcome back, Commander. It's been a while.
Can you all hear
We're in Omicron Capricorn.
ED co-pilot chit-chatting?
We're aboard Corsair Miner, your Corsair. The maximum jump range for this ship is 21.12 light years.
Alright, we'll get some limpets, then we'll be all set to mine away. I finished up my other account, got it to 100, so now this account is at like... I don't even know where it's at. It's at a very low level.
Station fact is available.
And it needs to get up to 100. I guess it doesn't really need to, but I like to get it to 100. Where am I? 5? Is this 5? So, other than meeting a few folks and getting lunch, I watched probably about an hour of the event that was streamed.
Yeah, I was just going to say you should come over for the next one. There was a couple of lads from America who'd come over.
Oh, should I?
For the
It's,
yeah, yeah.
it's worth about $12,000, is it?
Yeah, for one day.
Yeah,
in a room with a
one
bunch of
day.
fellas. Yeah, yeah.
Because, you know, between the airfare and the hotel prices and everything, it is not a cheap endeavor.
Well, you might get lucky. I mean, we did get Frontier gave us codes for PitCon decals.
Ooh, yeah, that makes it all worth it.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Pardon me. The lunch was very nice.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if I need to get rid of anything here. Is this a good opportunity to sell stuff if I have it? Oh, I don't have any. Okay, I thought I might have had some. Nope, no bonds, no anything. Okay, just limpets. Fine.
It was kind of strange seeing the people whose voices you've heard,
right,
and have known. So, because Galnet News were there doing
oh, cool.
a live thing.
I like those guys. They're very sarcastic.
Yes, they're funny.
Are they just friends, or are they married, or what?
I don't know. I didn't think to ask.
Oh, you didn't ask? Okay. That'd be my first question.
They may let you back.
No,
are you sleeping with each other, or what?
There was a point where I was rolling myself a cigarette, and behind me, Beetlejude and I can't remember the name. The Galnet News people were talking to Arf, and there was another voice out there I recognised but I couldn't place. So it's like 3 or 4 voices that I'm very familiar with, all talking about something completely non-elite. It was quite weird, quite surreal.
Oh, it's got to be surreal, yeah. That's funny. So I'm behind there, okay. And then of the presentations, which I said I only watched about an hour, was there anything notable on any of the presentations you watched, or not really?
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
The FDev talk, they talked about how they designed the ships. They had 3 or 4 of the designers there. That was quite interesting. So we had the live.
Did you tell them that fighter plane cockpits suck?
No, I don't think I got a chance to talk to any of the developers.
Somebody's asking who's the other voice. That would be Narco Wookie, who just came back from Burcon or PitCon.
Narkowaki said, Dragster.
How much is ED Copilot? You mean like how much annoyance is it? Or it's free? There's no money involved.
Battle Vortex.
Oh, Razafrag was there.
Oh, was he? Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to talk to him personally, but
you didn't?
Raz was
Okay.
talking to him quite a lot.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him nearly as much recently. I mean, for a while there, we were chatting like every couple of days, but I haven't seen any major updates other than the colonization bit, which I did a video on showing his new colonization module. But other than that, the product seems to have been pretty staticky. The guy I've been talking to daily lately is the developer of SRV Survey, who's been just going bonkers, adding new stuff and getting rid of bugs in the auto tracking module for all the colonization stuff. I've spent a lot of time with him on providing bug reports and tweaking things, suggesting UI changes. I've even come up with some icons for him for the product because it's addressing a need that I and a lot of other people absolutely have in tracking a lot of this stuff. See, when you know exactly where you're going without even having to look, it's a little sad, right?
Not really.
No? Means you're spending way too much time in the game.
Then I'd have to admit that knowing various system names off by heart. No, that would have to be sad as well, which I don't think it is.
So we were talking about the presentations. You know, what were some of the presentations they had there?
There was a game called Starship Simulator that got quite a long.
Oh, does it plug in into a wall outlet? Is that right? Starship Simulator. Does it look like a starship, kind of like a Jeff Bezos starship?
Yeah, you get various attachments for it. One's a fist.
The Starfister? What?
Yeah.
Dude, that Bezos rocket is just so ridiculously phallic. It's amazing. So what I do is I fly to this hotspot and then I start heading towards the other one, which is, I think, a pretty good approach. Boom. Weehaw. And did I remember to buy limpets? I better have remembered to buy limpets. Yeah, I bought limpets. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, I got them. I got my limpets. And then we just need a pinger. I need to set this up. That's what I need to do. I need to redo my groupings. So we'll put collector, prospector. Yeah, prospector's on 1. Mining lasers are on 2. Don't need a pulse wave on this. Collector is on 2. Okay, that looks about right. There we go. All right, let's see what kind of luck I have today. I had decent luck yesterday. There's the other one, 8 million meters away. Yesterday I did the video. I don't know if any of you watched yet or not. Give it a thumbs up when you watch it. On mining platinum for merits. And oops, that one died.
Is platinum the best thing to be mining for merits?
No, it's not.
Core mining. No, it's
not. Definitely core mining. But some people really enjoy the low amount of attention you have to pay to platinum mining. And so it's still one of the better ways to get merits because it is mining, and mining is the best way to get merits. It doesn't quite generate the same amount of money, which means it doesn't generate quite the same amount of merits. But you can do it literally while watching a movie, which is what I was doing yesterday. All right, who's gonna give me data first here? He is. 8% platinum, not very good. Not very good. Platinum 63%. That's more like it, huh?
It's better.
Well, 63%? That's the highest you can get. Can't get any higher. Oh. Weapons. Let's see if I can... What percentage I get before my power gets off. Because I've barely engineered. This is like a not fully engineered build. Minimally engineered. Oh, that's actually going to get it all. Okay, wow, that's pretty good. So they got the entirety of the 63% depleted pretty quick. Nice. I'm digging that. And let's see what else we got. Of course, this is where having the bigger ship would make more difference because you'd have more limpets out. I think I run 13 limpets in my cutter.
Wow. I stopped laser mining way before I got the cutter, so I've never done that.
Again, I think it's just the low intensity activity. 47% platinum on that one.
How would you rank all the best ways to get merit?
Mining.
Notorious.
It's currently the best way to get merits by a long shot is mining. If you can't mine, then doing pirate kills. Oh, we didn't do this one yet either. And on Wednesday they're gonna re-enable luxury goods or exotic goods or whatever. So when that happens, that might be another good way, which used to be the best way for a while. But there's no way they're going to re-enable it at the same level that they used to have it at. Where's the limpet from here? I don't see him. I'll just shoot another one here real quick. This had, I think, 47%, I believe. Yeah.
No cores in that one, Commander. Prospect reporting 47% flat, boss.
Rare said,
Did you get re-energized about the game going to the event? I mean, obviously, it had to have made you feel good about playing the game again, huh?
Well, yeah, I suppose. It's pretty much the only game I play anyway, so...
I know.
I did hear, in one of those conversations behind me, I was kind of earwigging a little bit and that, and...
Oh, I need to dump our drones.
I don't really want to be giving anyway any little bits and that I may or may not have found out, but the conversation between Arf and Galnet News, they were talking about
I'm
how
not a fan of having one
this
thing
year has been
being
very
so
much
much
focused
better than the rest said.
on the human
Notorious.
aspect of the game and forwarding various game loops and that. Nothing specific was said in that, but it was kind of intimated that Thargoids
53 platinum? May make a comeback? They better. I know we're all revving to go for because it was the most enjoyable type of combat, and it made good money. I mean, it's like a plus.
Yeah, the idea, the gist I got from the conversation was that was kind of a story loop, and it was done and finished, and they've got things that they wanted to implement that the Thargoid would have distracted from or separated, split the player base and what they were doing and stuff. So
it did, but so's everything else. So does colonization.
Well, I know. So yeah, so that was the gist of the conversation. But there was nothing particularly solid.
Yeah, I think if I would have gone out there, I would have spent the most time just talking to them about meta things, not the game itself. Like the specific methods they're using for getting the flyby videos, the which software are they using to edit the videos, stuff like that. Like that would have been the more interesting topics for me personally.
Yeah, you'd have been fine. Yeah, so there was a good few people you'd have been interested in talking to. Alec Turner, the guy who does the SRV.
Oh yeah.
A lot of the SRV stuff. He was there.
20% too low.
No cores detected.
Yeah, it was. There was quite a lot of donated stuff. There was the raffle.
Oh, did you win anything?
I did.
Oh, nice.
I won a 3D printed Cobra Mark IV and a key ring.
Nice.
Unfortunately, I didn't win the VKB Gladiator.
Oh, yeah, right.
A joystick, which is a little annoying.
So somebody donated one of those?
Yeah, VKB donated 3 of those.
Oh, nice.
Donated a chair, so that was the main one. It was
okay, that one's 47.
Or Burpit or Pitcon.
Burcon.
Signs on it. And Bear was a bit miffed because there are now 2 of those in existence. And
oh, that's the bit that I watched. So I watched while that was happening, yeah. Yes, and we have neither one of them.
Yeah, neither one. There was a competition to sound like Commander Bear doing the intro that they do for the videos.
Oh, that would have been fun.
That was very funny. Half was the
Hey,
funniest in that
sorry
he
to
started off
interrupt
and
here.
he
Hey,
came on.
in trying to follow
and,
your how to start day 2 with
first
the
thing he did was
biology
grab
video,
the toilet
but the
roll and
surface
wrap it
scanner
around his
you
neck.
mentioned outfitting is not here at Chamberlain's rest
Like the
station.
Okay.
It's not a shawl he wears, but the neck
Tim
scarf.
Hey, Tim. Okay, so Tim is in real time trying to solve a problem here, so let's help him out.
Oh, okay.
He's got, he just started the game. He's at Chamberlain's Rest, and he's trying to follow my video and buy the surface scanner. Yeah, surface scanner. And it's not available there. And I think that is correct. I don't think I found one available there either. And so what I did is I used Inara, which I think is in that video, where I used Inara to find where it's available. Can somebody, not me, can somebody on the stream go to Inara, put in Chamberlain's Rest as the closest location, and then help this guy tell him where he needs to fly to buy the scanner? Because it shouldn't be very far. There should be one available. I don't remember. It's the starter system, and where Chamberlain's Rest is. If you type it into Inara, I think Inara can find Chamberlain's Rest for you. It can search by stations, not just systems. But it's a there should be one available not too far away. The only thing you want to keep in mind, and it's really not a big deal, but just keep in mind, once you leave the system that Chamberlain's Rest is in, you cannot return to that system. You're not going to miss out on anything. It's not a big deal. But if you have any interest in just exploring that system before it's locked out for you, then make sure you do that before you leave. And I think in my Zero to Hero video, which is basically the same thing you're describing, I had two videos that are similar. Oh, good, 43%. In that video, I literally did what you're describing. I didn't buy the scanner because it wasn't available. And so 8%. Okay, we're not going to worry about that. Go back to this one. And so I actually did the first scan without a scanner, just by going to a planet that should have these on the surface and then getting lucky. But that's not necessarily the best approach, hoping for luck. So I would just go and buy that in a different system. Were you looking that up, Narco? Or somebody else looking that up? Alright, that one's gone. Should be right in an hour.
Rest or rest?
Chamberlain's Rest, I believe.
So, is it the detailed surface scanner? Maybe
Yeah.
I'll check out your Zero to Hero vid too.
Yeah. Check that one out as well. That's a later video that I did that's similar, except in that one, I actually go beyond where I do in this one. I fly out several thousand light years out into the black, and then have that account on the second day after being created actually have several billion, or 1.7 billion. I don't want to lie. 1.7 billion.
Spelsing is so bad Inara's like Noke said. Nervi unka. I'm on Inra looking now to said. Tim or.
Prospect Limpet failed.
Are you finding anything, Narco?
Just looking in now.
51%. Nice.
In the same system at Hoffman Installation.
Same system, Hoffman Installation. There you go. Go to Hoffman Installation, and there should be one for sale in that same system as Chamberlain's.
Is that HIP 97950? Is that right?
I don't know. Ask him. It's all the, well, here, while I'm doing this, it's all these systems in the starter bubble. Let me go in here. Where's the starter bubble? The Nope, not those. That's our bubble. Where's the starter one? Is it right here? Here it is. I believe this is the starter bubble. Can't get into any of these without a permit. There's HIP 97950. Is that the one you were talking about?
That's the one, yeah.
So let's look in there. So we have Hutzdorf, Hoffman. Hoffman installation is the one you said that has it. And I think you start off on one of these planets.
Collector limpet expired.
Like
I
Chambers.
should remember, right? I started that new command.
Yeah, you just did this recently. Yeah. And it does have like opportunities for mining. It's got some other stuff here, but what I don't know is how are these carriers in there? That's what I'd like to know. How did people in this, did they never leave the starter system and end up having money to buy carriers? How's that work?
I suppose it's possible.
I mean, does that make any sense to you? So this is a cool planet. It's a planet with rings that also has an atmosphere that is also landable.
I don't suppose there's any rules to say you can't stay in that little bubble.
No, you could stay there as long as you want, but it's crazy that somebody would. You know what I mean? Because you can't move it anywhere. If you do, that's it. You're never coming back. There's 3 carriers in there. 4 carriers. Maybe these are like the guys that I remember hearing stories about that would kidnap noobs. They would like tell them, hey, if you get aboard the carrier, you'll get a free ship from us. And then they jump the carrier out to somewhere where there's no way that person can leave because the minimum jump, like the closest system, is more than the distance of any of the ships they have. They can't leave that system. Then they put them to work. They tell them, we'll bring you back after you mine 10,000 trit.
Wow.
So it's a slavery ring operating inside the game. Which, you know, like Elite Dangerous is basically just one giant slavery ring, but this game's a little different usually.
But how many people fall? Because I just
well, enough to make it worthwhile, apparently.
Screw you and buy a new commander. Start again.
I mean, you know, a lot of people just quit the game, right? But then you just tell them that's how the game starts. We're just doing what we're supposed to in this game. We're providing you interactive gameplay.
It's just like Skyrim, you know.
You're gonna know how to mine so well by the time you're done. And then, you know, then we'll stop ransoming you. Okay, I gotta dump some more limpets, I guess. This is going, but you can see the speed with which this is going is pretty quick.
I'm really disappointed that there are people like that playing Elite.
Oh, come on. Like, all of Eve is people like that. And obviously there's people like that in every game. Right, you think kidnapping and slavery metagame is not part of the gaming experience?
I can imagine, well, yeah, it might be a bit edgy, a bit younger, but like I said, I was fairly young. It means that some old fella, some old people have decided to do
kidnapped
that.
Yeah?
You know, you should have be doing that at our age. It's awful. It's not edgy, it's just evil.
Yeah, but it's just a game. That's always the excuse, right? It's just a game. And then the psychologists will say, look, they're better off doing this in a video game than in real life. Just put up with it.
Absolutely. No, you're absolutely right there. No, I agree.
I'm not agreeing with that. I'm just saying that's what the psychologists say.
Yes, well,
I think you ought to put people in jail for playing video games the way some people play video games.
Okay, thanks, I'll give it a shot. Much appreciated.
Yeah, man.
Tim
So we're
Ford.
providing tech support in real time. Okay, well, how much? Oh, that was 10% platinum. I don't need to worry about 10% platinum. That's pretty crappy. How about this one? That is 10%. Okay, so I don't need to worry about that one. It is nice to be in a system where the every single rock has platinum, though. Like, you really don't have to fly far to search for them. This one's 52%.
It is worth it. It's quite worth it if you're not spending that much time out there looking for stuff. Because that's the thing about core mining.
Yeah. It's mostly looking.
Quite a lot.
The mining part is very short. It's the searching that takes most of your time.
Prospecting total 31.7% gold, 18.3% platinum. Commander.
Your offset mining laser is triggering my offset.
It's triggering mine too. The problem is I saved the top and bottom slots for things that require more precision. Let's deplete it. Okay, so that's, yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. It's like I'm getting triggered from the non-symmetry experience here. But if I put them symmetrically, then I lose one of the top or bottom spots, which is actually useful for other types of mounts. It's gonna hit the wrong rock. God damn it. I use that for deep core.
Yeah, I bought a Corsair, looked at it all, and had a little play with it, and decided, right, that's my new core miner.
Oh yeah, it's good for mining. It's great for doing whatchamacallits, the Thargoids. Great for that. God damn it! This stupid rock keeps getting in the way. The third one into that. Oh wait, I already got one in there. So let's try that one.
Yeah, I think me using the Corsair against the Thargoids is going to be not the best idea.
Why? Oh my God! What is the? Jesus! I keep. These rocks hate me. They keep blocking my shots. I'm getting rock blocked.
I'm not a very good pilot. I mean, the first two.
I mean, you're pretty good at ramming the Thargoids, I'd say, from playing with you.
Pretty good at getting right up and.
You do realize that the Corsair has 5,500 hit points when it's set up for 38%. That's almost not worth doing. When it's set up for Thargoid hunting, 50. That's more than most large-size ships. I think the way that we've got our Anaconda set up, ours are actually more like 8,000. But still, you know, 5,500 is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah. No.
And you're so much more maneuverable. Like, you can not just ram from the front, you can ram from behind, you can ram from the side. Yeah, all kinds of ramming.
Well, all right, I'll give it a crack when we go and.
I mean, it's up to you. You could certainly bring the Anaconda. It's nothing to be ashamed of, but I just find it's more fun to play with a maneuverable ship. Where does my other one that I shot here? Oh, that was 9%. I don't need to worry about it. Okay. So let's try these. Again, I gotta throw out snow and pits. Wow.
It's not going to carry enough heat sinks. That's the only thing I can think
Yeah,
of.
that is true. That is true. But what is this? This is Samarium. Okay, that one actually doesn't have platinum. That's the first one, I think. It is a slightly different style, to be sure. I still have fun. No platinum on that one. Wow. Uh, 5%. That's really bad. These little ones a lot of times will have good platinum. And there's another little one over here.
Programming limpet drone.
No cores in that one. Commander.
13%. That's not very good.
Failed. Asteroid scan complete.
All right. How about this big one here?
You can pick the limpets back up, right said.
Yeah, you can. It depends too. You have two different ways of throwing them out. One where you can pick them up pretty easily with limpets. The other one you can only pick them up manually. But generally speaking, you can pick them up if you made them. Okay, 55. There we go. If you made a mistake. So what I do is actually, I have my limpet. Here, I'll show you in a sec here, guys. So if I get rid of a limpet, right, you have two ways. You could jettison or abandon. Abandon, you lose ownership of it, so they're not going to pick it up. Jettison, they'll automatically pick it up if you throw it away. But if you go to the, where is it? Oh, they already picked it up. Let me toss like 10 of these. So if I go in here, I go limpets. Let me jettison like 10. When that pops up in here, canister, limpet, you can have it be ignored, which means they won't pick it up. Or if you want to pick it up, you remove the ignore, and then they will pick it up. That's the easy way to do it. Is basically, if you jettison them, but you mark it as ignore, then your limpets won't be picking it up unless you want them to pick it up. Anyway, this was the guy, right? Or was it? Was it this one? I don't even know. Legal salvage.
Programming limpet drone.
Been talking so much I lost track of where my, if this was my thing or not here. 55, that's the one.
No cores detected. Prospector reporting 55.1% platinum. Skipper.
Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet expired. Programming limpet drone. Programming limpet drone. Programming limpet drone. Asteroid depleted.
All right.
Just never crossed my mind to ditch limpets. Seems barbaric, slightly smiling face, but in this
Barbaric?
case, smart said.
Well, if you're having a good day and you're getting a lot of material, you're always going to dump limpets. Because you're getting more material than the number of limpets that are out there. So 7% on that one, pretty bad. Love this one.
Asteroid scan complete. Programming limpet drone. Prospector limpet failed. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Programming limpet drone.
33%, that's kind of too low.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector
Unless nothing better is over here.
33.3% platinum. 26.7% palladium.
Programming limpet drone. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospector limpet engaged.
Nope, that one's
No cores
bad.
detected.
Asteroid
Prospector
scan
reporting 27.4%
complete.
osmium. Skipper.
Prospector limpet
Oh,
engaged.
these are pretty bad. Okay, I'll do this one, I guess.
No cores
Asteroid
detected.
scan complete.
Prospector reporting 16.3% platinum. On Capitan.
Programming limpet drone. Collector limpet
Oh, it's still going.
expired.
Jesus. Okay.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Programming limpet drone.
That one was bad. Oh, that had pretty good osmium. Osmium's another thing that you can make good merits on here.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospect to limpet failed.
I need to throw away some more limpets. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
I don't need this palladium either.
Prospect to limpet engaged.
No cores detected.
Asteroid scan complete.
Okay, that was pretty bad platinum.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Programming limpet drone. Prospect to limpet failed. Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Oh, I need to throw in more limpets. Come on. Okay, palladium. I said abandon. I need to mark it off. So it never gets palladium. Ignore. There.
Prospect to limpet engaged.
No cores.
Platinum 59. Okay, good.
Asteroid scan
Prospector reporting
complete.
59.2% platinum.
Ah, you gotta ditch more limpets. Yeah, not much. So what else you been doing? Anything fun in the game, Narco?
Not really know what I'm doing at the moment. I'm just
How's
yeah,
your
the last
system
of
you were
the-
working on going?
I finished.
Furion is offline.
I finished the asteroid base at 5:30 on Friday morning before I left. So the asteroid base is up and done.
Is it spinning? Because mine's still not spinning after 7 weeks.
No, it's not spinning as of yet. It said it's still under deployment, so it's after the Thursday tick. So we'll see how it is on Thursday,
Yeah.
and we'll see what happens then. But it does look very nice.
It does, yeah. I like it. I always liked those when they were... There's a few of them on the way to Colonia.
Yeah.
Always enjoyed stopping at those.
Asteroid depleted.
So yeah, I'm going to hold off on the bases till Wednesday comes out until we get a better idea of what's affecting what and,
Yeah. Good idea.
and everything. So
Prospect to
yeah.
limpet
It has got I was surprised to see it's got stuff for sale in it though, like gold and silver and
Yep.
bauxite and all that sort of stuff.
That's the default economy for it.
I think I didn't kick into that after like the first tick or something.
It for the 63, nice. For that, I gotta wait till my Olympics catch up. For that base for the asteroid, it gives you the economy automatically right away.
CMDR Sergeant.
Sarge, yeah, I've got one that's not spinning. It's never spun. I think last time I was there about a week ago.
Can you share the system where the carrier is again? Said Knox.
Hey, Knox. Yeah. Let's see. So. Let me get these dropped and I'll show you the system. I love these 63 content platinums.
Asteroid depleted.
Okay, so
Said Knox.
Collector
it would
limpet
be.
expired.
Get my bearings.
Copy paste lol said Knox.
I think it's that one. So this is, let me just double check. That should be where the buying is, 90578. Yep, yep. That's the system where everything's for sale from the mega ship. And bearings again here. And then the carrier would be right there. But I don't think it actually is. Let me make sure I jump it in there. It would be, take a look. Yeah, Cold 285, Sector XK. So I'll paste it in here for you. There it is.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to go looking for another system or not.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the two I've got will keep me busy once we find out what's going on and I start actually doing stuff with it. Plus, I need to get Lord Narkowki going in.
Now is he back in Colonia right now, or where is he?
Oh, he's still in the starter bubble.
Oh, he is. Oh, really?
Yeah, he's brand new commander. He's
I
got,
thought you had him. Which one did you have in Colonia? I was thinking.
Lord Narco is the.
Oh,
Colonial
okay, and
one.
you're talking
He's
about
still in the bubble.
Narkowki. Yeah, that's right.
He's still in the bubble. He needs to go back to Colonia, but I just haven't bothered yet.
Okay, carrier should be there in the 15.
Fleet carrier jump to call 285 sector XKOD 6-115. Near call 285 sector XKOD 6-115A has now been initiated.
All right, now let's see what the rest. How close are we to being done, by the way? Inventory 142. That's pretty good. So 142 out of 192. We've been only doing this for less than half an hour, right?
No cores in that.
I feel like it's going at a pretty quick pace.
Asteroid scan complete. Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
Prospect to limpet
What was
It's
the,
not as much money, obviously, as doing the cores, but it does go pretty quick. Which is why people use the larger ships usually for these, not the smaller ships.
792 cargo, did you say?
192. And it's always a trade-off between cargo and number of limpets, and it's usually better to err on the side of more limpets, because otherwise you're just wasting time waiting. But the cutter version of this build uses 4 lasers, and this could use 4, by the way. If a fully engineered Corsair can use 4 lasers, then it would be symmetric. Are we done? Yeah, we're done. But with the cutter, you've got 512 cargo and 13 limpets. This has 10 limpets and 192 cargo.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospect to limpet failed.
I feel like I'm going the wrong direction. Could be going that way.
Programming limpet drone. Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospect to limpet engaged.
21, too low. Finally watched Rick yesterday. I haven't watched him for a while.
Programming limpet drone. Collect
Yeah, I was travelling, so I didn't get a chance to jump on and do a bit of bounty hunting with him. So,
Yeah, it's really too bad people didn't want to watch Farming Sim, because I told them if he does Farming Sim, I'll totally come in there with him, do multiplayer. Because I had really enjoyed Farming Sim when I used to do it. I actually did a Farming Sim stream like 10 years ago. But I'm even without streaming it, like I just enjoy playing it. I think it's a nice, relaxing game, especially when you get those bigger fields that take like an hour or longer to do.
yeah, I can see why people would enjoy playing it. I worked on a farm when I was a kid, and it just never helped.
Oh, I was on
any
a farm
interest for me.
every summer, but I wasn't working. I was having fun.
No, I was working for a pittance.
Yeah,
Programming limpet
that'd be
drone.
less enjoyable, to be sure.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Yeah,
Prospect
being the
26.
youngest.
Man, I'm getting a bunch of dead rocks here. Low percentages.
Asteroid scan.
Prospector is
Season
26
workers, so I got all
Programming
the
limpet drone. Prospect to limpet.
I got all the jokes and all the stuff
Oh, I'm
that
sure.
the established farmhands used to dish out.
Prospect to limpet engaged.
I didn't get the worst of it though. There was another child far more irritating than me.
No cores in that ball.
Programming limpet drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospect to limpet failed.
Yeah, I can see how it would be kind of satisfying. I was talking to a friend
No cores detected.
a little while ago, and he said, "Have you seen that? Have you seen that power washer game?"
Complete.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
That's
why
funny.
would-
Power wash.
Why would you
Farm
want
Sim
to do that? And he
25
goes, "You'd be
said,
amazed in how
"Knox."
satisfying it is. It's so good." It's like, oh, really?
Yeah, well, I started playing Farm Sim in Farm Sim 13, and then I've gotten every version since then. Knox was asking about what version of Farm Sim. 25 is the latest.
Programming limpet drone.
It introduced some new crops which I haven't tried yet, like
Prospect to
rice.
limpet failed.
A
Programming
bunch of little
limpet
rocks.
drone.
See if any of them are 5%.
Prospect to limpet failed. Collect to limpet expired. Programming limpet drone. Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to
19.
limpet
Man,
No
engaged.
cores detected.
not getting good luck there.
Asteroid scan complete.
Prospector is
Platinum
Have you got
17.
your? Have you got it so that you don't collect anything except platinum?
Yeah,
Asteroid
Yeah.
scan
mostly.
complete.
I have palladium as well, but I just turned it off.
Limpet drone.
Prospector is detected 48.8% platinum.
What size
The
refinery
Marion.
have you got?
Okay, get rid of that.
Programming limpet drone.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Prospector
What size
is
refinery?
8% platinum. 17.8%
Um,
platinum. Skip.
That.
Asteroid defeated. Programming limpet drone.
I'd love to take part in a multiplayer farm
Prospect to
sim,
limpet
said
failed.
Knox.
Cool, dude. Well, I've ran polls
Programming
on the
limpet
streams
drone.
and on videos before. And when I ask about what do you all think of me doing game blah 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 next week,
Prospect to limpet
the answer is
engaged.
always no. God, no. We don't want to watch anything but this one game. So
Asteroid
I
scan
generally just play those
complete.
games not on stream. Just 35. I guess we'll have to do. Prefer something in the 50s, but 35 we'll have to do now.
Complete.
So typically I don't stream them because people don't want to watch that stuff. But yeah, Farm Sim's fun. You're in Discord now, right? So I don't even know if I have a Farm Sim channel in there. I'll add one if I don't have one, and then just post in that channel as a reminder that you'd be up for doing some multiplayer.
Prospect to limpet engaged.
No cores detected.
And next time I get a hankering to do that, I'll let you know. It may not be on stream. It may just be a multiplayer session, but I've always enjoyed playing Farm Sim, especially the big American farms.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
The little teeny bitty British farms where you barely fit a tractor between two rocks, those are not as fun.
Asteroid defeated.
Yeah, but kind of all the hedges in the way.
Well, the hedges aren't made of trees or branches, they're made of actual rocks.
They're made of hedge.
Is hedge a type of rock?
No.
Okay.
No. It's
Programming limpet drone.
trying to think what they used to be made
Because
of.
when I
It's
think of
usually,
hedges here in the
horse
US,
power.
I'm thinking of like
Maximum
a bush.
capacity. Prospect to limpet failed.
And a bush basically covers
Collect to
like a
limpet
barbed wire
expired.
fence or something. When I look at
Yeah,
those farm maps, the British hedges are like 5 feet tall by 3 feet wide stone.
At maximum capacity.
That's gonna break
Limpet
all kinds of instruments.
That's a wall. No.
No?
No, hedge is about the same dimensions though.
Yeah.
I just like playing doesn't
It's
have to
usually,
be a stream set.
I think it's
Nox.
Hawthorne usually.
Yep.
Prospector reporting 28
Yes,
3%
I'm
flat.
said. Nox.
No cores in that one, Commander.
We're at max capacity again. Gotta ditch those limpets soon. But
No cores in that.
yeah, I'm starting to get less good cores here.
I love starting dairy farms said.
Oh yeah,
Nox.
dairy's good. Yeah, because it forces you to do a lot of different things, including grass.
I misread that. If I read that, I thought I love startling dairy farms.
Oh, startling?
Prospector reporting 26.9%
Poor cows.
You ever go cow tipping? Or is that an American thing?
I think it's an American thing.
Yeah, we used to do it when I was a kid.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to
22%.
limpet
God
engaged.
damn.
cores detected. Prospector has detected
Asteroid
22.8%
scan
flat.
complete.
Even worse.
Prospect to limpet engaged. Programming limpet
No cores
drone.
detected.
Asteroid scan complete. Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
How much
Prospect
is in
to
here?
limpet failed.
173. God. Let me dump samarium. I gotta mark it as non.
Engaged.
No
You know,
cores
we're not
detected.
interested in samarium.
Asteroid
Prospector
scan
reporting 20.3%
complete.
osmium, Mon Capitan.
23. Where's all my platinum?
Programming limpet drone. Prospect to limpet failed. Programming limpet drone.
Get this little tiny rock.
Programming limpet drone. Prospect to limpet failed. Programming limpet drone. Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to limpet engaged.
Alright, what do we got here? 50. Good. Finally.
Asteroid scan complete.
And 8.
Prospector
Okay.
reporting 51% flat.
We'll do the 51.
Prospect to limpet
Oh,
engaged.
man.
No cores detected.
Programming limpet drone.
Prospector
Asteroid
reporting
scan
51%
complete.
flat.
Programming limpet drone. Programming limpet drone.
Oh, we got 6 limpets left, man. We're not gonna dump any. We're gonna use them up.
When my carrier's jumping in a few minutes, I'm just going to nip off and get a drink.
Okay, sounds good, man.
Asteroid
Back shortly.
detected. Programming limpet drone. Prospect to limpet failed. Prospect to limpet engaged.
Right?
No cores in that one, Commander.
Programming limpet drone. Asteroid scan complete. Prospect to limpet failed. Programming limpet drone. Prospect to limpet engaged.
No
Six.
cores
Prospect
detected.
to limpet failed. Collector limpet expired. Asteroid scan complete. Prospect to limpet engaged.
26. That might have to do.
Asteroid
Prospector
scan
has detected
complete.
34.6% osmium,
Programming limpet drone.
26.5% flat.
Programming limpet drone.
Osmium's not a bad thing to collect either.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Okay, we're out of prospectors. So then it's just a question of what do we got here. I don't know how we have 189 platinum. Oh no, okay, that's 192. Okay, good. And then here, we're almost full. Use a little more platinum. Hello. Are you guys just all osmium? Yeah, you are all osmium. Okay. Alright, so be it. We are done.
Collector limpet expired.
And let me find where we're going. Well, the first thing actually is we can try the station we were in.
Collector
See how
limpet
much they're
expired.
paying. Get rid of points of interest. Add settlements. Platinum. You go to Brunel City or to Sharma? Go to Sharma. Go there first, and then we'll try Brunel, Sharma, to Zampa. Cargo.
Error. Deploy cargo hatch. Cargo scoop retracted.
Limpets are still calling something. Come on, guys.
Rand, you got the platinum bug now. Said.
Oh, I don't. I don't. I'm just doing something on the stream. It is really fast though to do this with this ship.
Cannot comply. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
While I'm flying there. See what level I'm at right now. I'm at rank 8. Let's see where we get to. Did you watch my video, Top Hat, on the platinum yet or not?
Speed is why I do it. Said. That is that.
Hey Knox, I think that carrier should be sitting there now. I believe. With the buy order for titanium.
Not yet. Was it a nail biter? Said. Fatifat.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, super dramatic mining.
We're at a suitable distance to take the next set.
Orbital flight engaged.
We're approaching body B3C. Planet is of type rocky body. Surface temperature is 211 degrees Celsius. Gravity at the surface is 0.15 G.
Okay, cleaning up from diner, then gonna jump my Type 9 out there said. Knox.
Very cool. I'm upside down. Nope, I'm not. Okay, cool.
I know how evil those rocks can be. They sneak up on you and crack your quill while you were not looking.
Hey.
Said. Fatifat.
They do.
Set her
Indeed.
down on landing pad 1. Pause.
Landing gear deployed.
So if it's anything around 200 or better, I'm selling. I made the mistake of looping around to a bunch of places yesterday for no good reason.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Docked at Sharma Synthetic Space. This is our first visit to the station, Commander. Don't forget to buy some limpets while we are here, Commander.
214, I'm definitely selling. But see, osmium was worth even more. So that would have been perfectly fine to do osmium as well as platinum.
Message.
All right, now 190. Come on, osmium. Go away. 190 platinum, 191 platinum is going to be 41 million in profit. And
Incoming message.
24,000 merits. Yep, just like I said in the video.
I've checked the local market. You can now proceed with our trade route commodity purchases.
And we go in here. What's my level now? 11. So 24,000 should be 3 levels. Should have gone from, yeah, went from basically 40 to 64,000. Yep. Now I've got a 33% cheaper rebuys, 2% bounty payout. That's so low. That gets to 60 by the time you're done. 40% rebuy cost, 2% exploration. That gets to 20 by the time you're done. And trade bond, it also goes to 20. So it's slowly opening up, but very slowly. The next major thing is right here. And it goes up from 2 to 5% on all this stuff. And
Still
we go all the way
waiting for
to
those
100.
limpets, Commander.
You got a 60% bounty payout, 15% exploration, 15% trade profit, 30% weapon module cost discount. And of course, the rebuys are free. Yuri's up to 4th place, doing good. I think when we started, Yuri was at 7th. And Leon Rue was in 6th.
Furion is online.
Julio.
Can mine for merits, said Nox. I'll be watching that video, said
Yep.
Nox.
Well, there's 2 videos. This one is mining for platinum for merits. But
Hey,
a faster way to do it
said,
is to actually
"Got it,
mine deep core. Yeah, Wookiees. Are you still here, Wookie?
Yeah.
Narco? Narco of the Wookiees. Of the Wookiee type? Mhm.
Still waiting for those limpets, Commander.
Oh yeah, limpets. I keep forgetting. Them's the things that I need to buy so I can throw them away. So realistically, if you could predict... Oh, there's no limpet facility here? Oh, man. I can't restock on limpets here. Sucks.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
That sucks.
Is that a station or a fleet carrier?
It's a ground-based. Oh, look at that. Color mismatch. There we go. The ground-based city thing. Well, you could go and kill everybody in there just as a retribution for not having limpets.
Yeah.
All right.
You have a video for both, said
Yeah, I have a video for both. I do. Yep. Let me see. What's trickier about deep core is just memorizing what shape they are. You're not wasting time. Which is why a lot of people do this, because this requires nothing to memorize, no real knowledge. You just fly around, send limpets to check how many % platinum it is, then do it. Deep cores require a little more actual preparation work. But you make more money per hour, or more minutes per hour. What was I going to check on? Oh, cool. Hey, guys, we're going to have the author of SRV survey jump on in voice here as well. It's not just Burphead that can get developers on. I can get developers on too.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, I know. You should be. That's the only reason I'm doing it. No, he's a good guy. I've been, like I said, I've been talking to him almost daily now for about a month. Doing my little bit to test the product out and help him fix the bugs. All right, let's. We gotta fly out to a different station, I guess, to pick him up. And let me see if I can share this stuff. If you go to full screen. There we go. So now it's in full screen mode. Yeah. So now you can see the overlays.
Satisfactory, said Nox.
Oh yeah, I love Satisfactory. It's a great game. I've actually played most of it before release, but I've done tons of playthroughs before release on that game. What am I trying to go to? I need a station, not ground settlements. Brunel's got to have limpets, right? They can't not have limpets. Either that or I'm going to have to find a a carrier that's willing to sell me some limpets or something. Oof.
We have moved too close to the prior sample colony, Commander. We need to move further away.
Where is it?
'07 said, Tortoise.
Hey, Tortoise, long time. How's it going, man?
Morning said,
Yeah,
Tortoise.
how's Australia treating you? Or do I always get your location wrong, don't I? You're in like Indonesia or something. Or are you actually in Australia? I can't remember.
I am going to stick some food in me and unload that steel. Did you make any progress on it? Said. Fatifat. Good. Yes, in Australia said.
Yeah, not on
Tortoise.
steel. I've been doing other stuff, but not on steel.
We're now at an appropriate distance to find a new colony of this species, Commander. We have moved too close to the prior sample colony, Commander. We need to move further away.
Yeah, we need to move further away. I have no idea where that's coming from. That's obviously a bug.
Please feel free to take advantage of our in-flight entertainment.
See, that's another neat thing is
Yeah,
with...
there is a lot left for sure. Said. Fatifat.
Mm-hmm. So we're
Just got
Brunel
back
City.
from a week-long road trip with my family. Had a family wedding near Melbourne.
Oh, nice.
Said. Tortoise.
So you can, if you go to the left, you can see it pops up a little screen on the very far left about the outpost I'm at. It says, shows the economy, shows the factions, the relevant services they have. Oh, come on. We gotta wait for this thing. Ugh. Let me see here. Going here. Okay, so he didn't self-validate. Let me do that manually.
I heard Tortoise has a pet kangaroo named Tyson. He is an ear biter. Said. Fatifat.
Let's check again and see if I can dark. Still denied. Got it. Yeah. Oh, there he is. Oh, I see him. Okay. 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 Give me a sec, guys. Here. So it's not. There you go. Open chat. Why can you not come in here, Grinning? Issues. Damn server issues. Um. So, okay, now we should be able to try now. Well, what it is, some people, like, when they join, it doesn't give them the right roles. There you are.
Hello.
Oh, I gotta turn you up just a tad.
Hello there.
Hello.
All right. Grinning is the author of the app that I've used and talked about tons, which is SVR Survey, which is not a good name for an app that I mostly use for colonization. It should be Colonization Survey. Go ahead. Say something.
I guess the name stems from, originally it was invented as an app to be helpful surveying Guardian ruins and structures. And there are certain things that only happen when you're in the towers come up out of the ground when you're driving an SRV only, not in the ship, not on foot. So it was just like a small side project on a weekend to see, can I help with the mapping of those Guardian ruins and structures, and it has snowballed by orders of magnitude.
Tremendously, yeah. And I'm being kind of half kidding, obviously. Your app does a lot of other things, and it started off doing something completely different, but where I became exposed to it and what I've been sending you messages almost on a daily basis around is helping to debug and make some tweaks to the colonization bits.
That's right.
Which is something that it's right now, at least, it does more out of game for colonization than anything else that's out there. There is a sort of a basic interface that's been added to ED Copilot that if you're one guy working on one construction project at a time is helpful, but nothing else does what your app does combined with the website, which is to actually track multiple construction projects done by multiple people and using multiple carriers.
Right. I'm right now trying to build out a system. I've been helping with the bridge towards Guardian space, and I happen to claim a system that looks rather useful. It has a whole bunch of stuff that could be good. So I'm now building out lots of an array, a satellite, bunch of settlements. So I'm using the multi-project ability more than I have done in many weeks. And it's really nice because I can go back to one of the places where you fill up your fleet carrier, and it shows me the aggregate across all the things I need.
Yep.
So I have like my big shopping list, and I really like it. I had forgotten how useful that could be.
It's hard to try and build without it. Oh, I'm still trying to log in here. God damn it. Come on, man. How can they be so busy that I can't get a spot for 10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, it's really hard try and build something. Like I was traveling, I didn't have my normal setup, and I was attempting to do a little bit of hauling. I was like, man, it's like not seeing that data, or luckily you can still use the website. Oh, it let me in. Okay, there we go. So using the website is, at least you can kind of get a sense for what you need. It's just nothing's updated unless you have the app installed. But it's very, very handy to use the combination of the app and the website when doing constructions.
What's the carrier
my
name?
most recent thing over the
Said
weekend was I was
Knox.
doubling down on running twice in parallel, making that be a bit more robust. And I added a key cord for the use of the. I use an Xbox game controller. I added a game cord which is switch window. So I have my two monitors, I have the game running twice, and it's full screen or borderless on both.
Yep.
And I can then lean back in the chair. I haven't got to touch the desk or a mouse or anything. And I can be doing my shopping, and I push a button,
Switch.
and it forces focus on the other one. So
Yeah.
I go to Super Cruise, push the button, start landing, go back to the first one, and it's kind of seamless. And
it's cool, isn't it?
The throughput of stuff I can do goes up, not exponentially, but it feels like it, because I can load up like thousands of tons of stuff in just an hour or two, where before it was always back and forth and click this and click that, and it feels much smoother, much more elegant.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Being able to run multiple instances is pretty much an advanced topic for the most part, but if you can get it going, and I do need to make a video on this. I've been meaning to, I just haven't gotten around to it. But you know, a lot of these apps don't really like to run when the log includes entries from multiple commanders. They're not really designed to do that. Yours is one of the few apps that actually attempts to fix that.
It handles it, I'd say, just about. It gets a bit confused at times, and there's certain things where it might suddenly show the wrong overlay from the other process, but just for like a few seconds, and then it goes away. So I wouldn't quite call it elegant in that regard, but it's getting there.
Well, there's a lot of useful stuff. Like I mentioned, if I go to my left view,
Sales. Thanks for following.
It pops up with info about the location I'm at, Brunel City. So medium outpost, industrial 67, refinery 33, faction that runs it, the markets that are on there. I mean, it's all stuff that is very handy and useful, even when you're not doing construction, just general day-to-day activities in the game.
That's how most of the things got put in, because I realized it's in the journal file, but I have to click 2 or 3 things or go change to the map to see it. When I have a head like a leaf, my memory is very short term. Like, wait, did that have this service or not? And I think, as it's in the journal file, I could just put a little thing on the left hand side that says, what are the services?
Yep.
And,
yeah, and that's, one of the things that it's been a little frustrating to me, and I don't know if this is anything available that can get pulled, but I'll show you my complaint here. Not about your app, about the game, right? So I'm trying to, let's say, find what's the location here that pays the best price if I want to sell some of my mined material, like say platinum. So I go in here, I go to metals, platinum. Where's platinum? I don't see platinum though. I don't see platinum. Why do I not see platinum? Sorry. Yeah, I don't see platinum. So apparently it doesn't buy platinum at all. So it'd be nice if instead of selecting a location, I could actually do kind of what an hour does, right? Where you could say, I want platinum in this system. Show me what prices platinum is sold for in this system. Like that. Wait, are we stuck? No, okay. Like something like that would be uber useful. What is this here? Scan 3 bodies. Scan 2 bodies. Okay. And where I was actually going with this, I think, is I think it's over here. Nope. It's over one of these planets. Maybe this one. Wayfish expedition. Markets.
Check
Metals.
Discord said. Knox.
Okay, we'll do. Hang on one second. So, yeah, this isn't a platinum either. Damn it. This demonstration's not going well. Okay, maybe it's this one. Nope, not that one. It's maybe this one. No. Well, yeah, that one, Charma, right? So here I go in here, markets, metals. I know that has platinum. I don't understand why platinum's not in here. But like seeing this import price is pretty useful, right? Here. Although it would be better if it showed me platinum. I don't know where the hell happened to platinum. It's the thing I was mining and it disappeared and it was just working earlier. Anyway, my point being is like there's some stuff that they should show in this view. Like if I'm in the system, I should be able to say, okay, show me for one particular thing, doesn't matter what it is, could be steel, but whatever it is, show me the prices of all the different locations in the system. And it is possible to kind of do that by going in here, going to metals, going to, is it going to show me platinum? Of course not. I don't know what's going on with platinum. Let's say gold, okay? And then I can do this. I can go through one by one through each of the markets and I can see what it's paying for gold at which market. But like this ability seems to be missing natively. Like data's in the game and it's in, for the most part, in Inara, but it's not all in Inara, because in the game I can literally go through every single one of these that's in there, even the ones people haven't visited, right? Because it should be pulling the data from the actual game, not from a report somebody did. But for whatever reason, there's no good interface other than this. This is the only interface. And it seems kind of ridiculous that it's... Is it not considered a metal? Is it considered a... Oh, it's considered... Okay, well, I'm looking at the wrong thing then. It's considered... No? Platinum is a metal, right?
Yeah, last time you.
I would think it's a metal, but I don't see platinum in here. I see palladium, silver, steel. Weird stuff. Whatever. Yeah, it's all stuff. But this is what I was doing in my video about finding CMM alternate sites, was to basically do this and then just go through one at a time and see what CMM, where you can buy it or where it's being sold. It looks like nowhere in this system.
I have been tinkering with some code to help in this area, where I have some Scratch code that can do a search against Spanish to see what solutions have that stuff, a given thing in stock. And then I got as far as I can make the network call and I can have the data of, I know, like, relative to where you are, what are the 10 nearest places that have it.
CMDR
and I would filter it to be like, that have landing pads big enough for whatever ship you're in. But then how best to show that, whether it's an overlay or a separate
or
window.
It might be at zero demand, said
The closest thing I have right now, I'm not sure if you ever played with the Codex Bingo feature. So when you go to a particular row on Codex Bingo,
Mm-hmm.
you can right-click the thing and say, where are the 5 nearest places that have stratum tectonicus of any color? And that's using a semantic query to see relative to your place what are the nearest planets that have that. So
Now, are you actually looking for whether they have it, or are you looking for a type of planet that should have it?
I'm looking for a planet that is known to have it.
Okay, not just the type of planet that should have it.
Right. It's not quite the predictions in that regard. It's more a question of someone just wants to finish out all the stuff in the codex, and they just want to know where's the nearest that has this. That I don't care about the first footfall or anything like that. I just want to go scan it. Who has it?
Yeah.
Helps with those.
Makes sense.
So I have the basic plumbing, but there's the way the colonization shows up in SRB survey. It's mostly one of the overlays, and the overlays don't have a right click or the input to or the
need
I guess
carrier
I'm not sure
name,
what would be the trigger.
system where we buy and
I
what you
haven't
want
decided
me
what
to
would be the
haul
trigger
said.
and what would be how they know like if there's 16 you need.
All right, Nox. Hang on, let me get Nox going here. It's going to be strictly titanium. That's the only thing. The system I sent you in Discord. You want me to send it to you again? It's right there. It's Col 285 sector XK blah 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 blah. And you're buying from, let me show you where that is. I get orientated here. It's easy to get lost. I have bookmark overload. So the system you're buying from is right there. It's HIP 90578. And I'll send you a link here. And then you're dropping it off at right over here at the Col HIP 285. And the carrier name starts with Galt. And it's the only Galt in there. So let me know if that makes sense or not. Okay, why did I come back to Sharma? I was flying out
You're at a suitable distance to take the next sample.
Flying out to not there. I was flying right here to go mining. Why did I not fly?
I think the best change to sure would be multiple ED account data. Said. Fatifat.
Multiple what? Multiple ED accounts data. I'm like, what do you mean?
We have moved too close to the prior sample colony commander. We need to move further away.
So Fat Top Hat's another guy that has hauled a bunch of stuff for me, and we've used the website Raven Colonial coordinate what's done, what's not done, who's moving what. It's been very, very handy. So other than fixing bugs that I seem to report to you on a regular basis, what are you working on any major new changes, features,
when
improvements?
When you log out and the sure estimation data goes away. Said.
It's mostly so I want to get a release out to the official Windows App Store.
Right.
Where that has better audience. It has actually, I don't know if it has a bigger audience, but it has I get some statistics as to who's using it, and it's fascinating to see there's like hundreds of people in America, hundreds of people in France and England, and but there's like 2 people in Uzbekistan and a couple dozen in South Africa, and to see like all the countries in the world, and I only saw it one time, but one time it said there was someone in Antarctica using it. Which,
wow, that's crazy.
Is there a way to get Odyssey on foot mats quickly like the ship mats said?
So it's satisfying to see, but yes, it's I want to get it out and released there. I'm just kind of going through the final shake and bake for the colonization stuff to make it work.
Nox is asking here, is there a way to get on foot Odyssey maps as quickly as the maps for the Guardian sites?
That one is a bit tricky because the Guardian sites, there's only what 700 or 800 of them, and for the most part, people have been around and measured. So for all the sites, whether it's a human one or a Guardian one, I need to know the rotation and angle of where they are relative to north. And for the Guardian sites, there's only so many of them, and so people have been going around. And then I have a central database of those, but there's only 700 of them. For the Odyssey settlements, there's tens of thousands of them.
Yeah, but
So,
I guess people are just assuming, well, they all look alike, right? Isn't there only like 6 types?
there are 26 types.
26 Odyssey types? Really? Damn, I haven't seen all of them then.
There is, and I can share a link in a bit. Some fellow a couple of years ago classified them as like 5 tourism, 6 high tech, 4 military. And
No,
there's
just
like
for
20,
the engineering
25 or
stuff
26
to upgrade
types.
suits and
But
guns, Lol said.
the angle relative to north is random. And of course, and the way the map works is I know the latitude, longitude, origin of the settlement.
Hey, Knox, you want to come into voice? Because I don't understand what you're asking. Sorry, go ahead. I just got the guy that was asking is, I think, trying to clarify, and I'm obviously not getting it right. So I wanted to see if he wants to jump in voice and ask directly. But yeah, I like. It's interesting stuff to me. I've never found the maps particularly difficult. I just memorize them the first time I see them. So it's kind of like, okay, doesn't matter what planet I'm on. I know I've been to a site that looks like this before. But although it sounds like I haven't actually been to all the sites, but I've been to a good chunk of sites.
Some are a lot less common than others.
That seems like the case, yes.
Sure said.
The tourism one with 2
Thank
large
you for
landing pads
SRV
seems to be very
survey,
common.
By the way, I have 2 elite accounts. When I switch accounts, the data from estimation on that account goes away. Said. Fatifat.
Strongly advise you against this.
So Fat Top Head, I don't know if you heard him. He says, thank you for SRV survey. He has 2 elite accounts. When he switches accounts, the data from estimation on the first account goes away. There again, I'm not quite sure what he's referring to. Top Head, do you want to get in here, voice as well? I know you've got a mic. All right. I got to start making some merits here. Not just gibbering. Gibber jabbering.
Sure said. Fatifat.
So the other guy that's on here right now in voice, Narco, just came back from
Prospector has detected
what's the name of the con?
Platinum.
HitsCon.
Yeah. From the burr pit. He's telling us all about that. Have
well,
you
I remember?
Yeah, well, yeah. Have you sent any press releases to any of the in-game news facilities about SRV survey?
Commander.
Did we lose grinning? Oh, he's on mute. Okay. All right, you're muted. Hopefully you know that you're muted.
Yep,
when you're
just typing of avoiding the class run keyboard.
Ah. So I was asking, have you made a PR effort to like let bigger YouTubers, streamers, etc. know about what functions the app has, have them check it out, anything like that? 41%. We'll do this one.
No cores detected.
It's
Prospector reporting 42%.
Oh, that was a question for me, sorry.
What's that?
Sorry, was that a question for me?
Yeah.
It's a thing I've been pondering because after now a couple of years, SRE survey does a lot.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure what was the appropriate etiquette for streamers to like push or advertise. Here's a thing to go play with or give us a go. So I write up the wikis from time to time. But then
Apparently, all you gotta do is tell everybody it's a beta.
Uh-huh. Well, I think it's an awesome product. Like I said, I've been talking about it almost on a daily basis, and certainly in most of my videos, because it does so much. It's hard for me to play the game without having it run. It's replaced a few other things that I used to run, but also I know that when I mention it, usually I get a blank stare and people say, "What?" So it's not very very well known, for better or worse, out there, and I think
I've heard of
should
it.
be.
I used it. I've used it for a little while, but the thing is, I forget. I forget to put the little tools on and things like that. I just get stuck in and everything. But I'm pretty sure if most of the content creators have got Discords and things and communities. I'm sure if you had a look at just insert yourself and I've got this thing, try it out. I'm sure a lot of them would.
Yeah, I absolutely people would. And I think it's now that it's a little more polished.
SRV survey is the overlays.
Yeah, the overlays are awesome.
As long as people can understand that they can put their game into windowless border mode and use the overlays where they don't have to in and out of the game. Just being able to see that visual will get a lot of people interested in trying it.
Mm-hmm. And I think he's right. I think the best bet to do this is just have a web page that has mostly photos, mostly images from the game of the overlays,
Has detected 21
with just like a one-sentence descriptor of what the overlay is providing data about, and then have like 3 or 4 of those images with 3 or 4 one-sentence descriptors, and I think that will go a long way to get 21. That sucks. To get people to give it a try. Check it out. I fairly randomly ran into it because there was somebody else that was using it, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" And he told me it's SRV overlay, and I was like, "Well, I don't really use SRVs. I mean, most of my exploration, I try to. In fact, I don't try. I do avoid using because I don't even bring an SRV with me, because I think it's much slower to use an SRV than just to explore directly in the ship." And then when he said, "Oh, but it'll work without you having to be in an SRV," then I thought, okay, I'll give it a try. So in some ways, like the name of this thing, it almost pushed back on me and kept me from even looking at it, because what the name is describing is a type of activity I don't engage in.
No cores detected.
Yeah, I think something more along the lines of exploration survey would probably.
Yeah, or elite survey. Yeah, something.
Yeah, elite survey would be good too.
Something that it tells you that it does a lot more than help you when you're driving an SRV, because I think there are a lot of people, including people I actively discourage people from using the SRVs in my videos, because I'm trying to get them to do things quickly and not get frustrated when they run out of ammo or fuel because they don't have the supplies with them to create new fuel or new ammo. It's like, just use the ship. You can do a lot with the ship itself. And I think a name like that it's something I had to get over or check it out in spite of the name, rather than the name actually being something that attracted me to the app. But now I'm like, I run it all the time. I can't play the game without it. So, the content's there. The important part's there. I want more people to get to know about it. And I think guys like Gallnet News or Burr Pit would happily do a little segment about it if they saw the huge benefits that it brings.
Burr Pit, he runs it, where he included it in a video about 18 months ago.
Oh, okay. It's about time he re-included it then.
Yeah, my usage count went from like 1 or 2 people joining a week to like 4 or 5 people joining a day after that point. They very much like your suggestion of like a website with a bunch of good pictures. That I like a lot, and I know where and how I could put that together. I think the name is fixed.
the several things you got going for you is you've got a very clean, simple UI, which most of the apps don't have.
Excuse my ignorance, but where do I join voice? Said Knox.
What's Knox? Let me just check in here. You probably didn't get validated either. There may be something
that I would.
No cores in that one, Commander.
That I would key in on with SRV survey that will get people to really want it. I use ED Copilot, so it's not as helpful for me. But if I didn't use ED Copilot, just having that overlay at the top that tells me what star is coming up next, and if it's if there's a chance that it's discovered or undiscovered, and how many more jumps I've got, that is a lifesaver right there. Having that information is amazing.
Okay, Knox, you can check now. I've manually validated you. So something's going on with validation. Apparently, people aren't getting validated to see the voice channels. I need to check into that. Yeah, that's the thing is where I'm kind of going with it. Is like, ED Copilot's great, but just for the voice part, he's got a crap user interface, and I can say that. I've told it to his face. He knows my opinion on the UI. Back about a year ago, he said, well, do you want to get involved in the project and rewrite the UI? And I said, not really. I don't want to commit to something that big. And he is working.
Is heavy.
He is working with somebody right now that is focusing on the UI, but it's not going to be for a long time. Like so the voice portion, I thought he did a very good job on. There's tons of voice things that it reminds me of. I like running it for that, but what I really like in this product, the survey, is all the overlays. The overlays that can communicate the type of data that you don't really want just spoken once and never repeated. It's the kind of data that you like to reference now and then as you're flying around. And it does have a very good UI. And so adding more useful data to that, I think is kind of going to be a natural thing, unless you just get tired of working on it at some point.
Commander.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say was that I've got 2 Elite Dangerous accounts, and I've got one particular account right now that I'm trying to do exobiology on to get enough money for a carrier. But I don't play that constantly. I bounce back and forth between my 2 accounts. And every time I leave that account to go into the other account, all that data I had for where I'm at with estimations on exobiology, it just disappears. So basically I'm sitting here with a basic idea of how much I have found on exobiology on that account and haven't turned in yet. And I just got to try to remember as best as I can.
So it's, let me see if I can restate what you're saying. So with 2 different accounts logging in and out, you're saying there's no method of like providing a summary of how much each account has gathered already?
Right. And when I log back into that account, it'll pop up and act like I've started a new session on SRV survey. So I won't have the data when you get logged out.
Is this running from the Windows App Store or from the GitHub builds?
I'm sorry, I've run from
How old a
Windows
version
app
is
or
it? How old a version of the app? Did you install it from the Windows Store or manually do it, or how did you install it?
I manually did it. I downloaded it, and actually I didn't install it. I've just got a folder on my
you just
desktop.
unzipped it. Yeah,
I just unzipped it.
Okay.
So the tracking of that stuff is separate by the accounts, and I have a number of accounts, and I switch back and forth. Unless you're running both at the same time, it puts them all in different places. So we should perhaps chat more offline afterwards, because what you describe is not how it is supposed to be, and it will it keeps a track of things as it goes.
It should track them. And I'll tell you who else has a pretty good UI relating to tracking exploration data. Is ED Exploration Buddy, and it's a very minimal purpose kind of thing. But he has a nice looking UI, using the right colors and everything else. His overlay looks decent. And it does have a history tab, which you have to manually reset if you want to. And that tab is tied per account until reset. So he's got all the historical stuff. Like I've got estimated value of exploration data is 10 million on this account. So at some point I should probably sell that and then hit the reset button so it knows that I've sold it and doesn't just keep adding it, but can start create a new trip for me. But it's a it's like, I think if you could do it in a way like he's doing it, where you have a manually resettable history of what you've done that's per account, I think that would address what Clegger is referring to. Oh, Knox, you're in here, looks like, right?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Let me turn you up a little bit as well here. We got a big old party going on here now.
Yeah, thanks for letting me join.
Yeah, man. Well, thanks for helping haul shit.
You know, it's funny. I'm a trucker in real life too, so little
Nice.
space trucking the end of the day isn't gonna kill me.
Well, I play American.
I just wanted to kind of see what this was about and stuff, and like learn the colonization anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun, but it's still beta. It's not quite finished yet. That's for sure.
So, I guess it was hard for me to, because I was using my text to talk, and it wasn't picking up everything earlier because I was actually, you know, I was working, so I couldn't literally text. I was trying to just get Google to listen, and anyway, so there's no like perk for building colonies just yet, like as far as like you get mats, or it's just a credit system for now.
It's just money and very little of it. Like out of 8 different systems that I have, I think the aggregate is about 1 million.
So what got me to kind of come back is there wasn't a lot of, I mean, all the big YouTubers, and that's kind of where I found you, like, are talking about the colony stuff right now. And I didn't see anybody talking about, well, what do you get? What do you get? I really thought that what was going to happen is there would be a couple different, like, installations you could put on the planets, and maybe you would get, like, materials such as encoded data, maybe raw data, maybe a manufacturing site, and so that's not the case, at least not now, right?
Nope. No, it's strictly
personally
tied to making money, or really more than anything, it is getting to design a system the way that you want it to look.
Prospector has detected 56% platinum.
But there's still some hiccups with that too.
Yeah, I mean, I just figured base building would have kind of came with, I mean, think of how many more people I think would be willing to put down like satellite array bases or something if they could get a slow trickle of encoded data. That would be super cool. And
I agree.
It would be a useful, I mean, don't get me wrong, I see the appeal of, you know, designing your own little solar system. That's cool too, but once you get past that, it's like, okay, well, what did I do that for? And you know, if you're playing the game, it's kind of a, you know, a collection thing. And
so personally, I think that originally what they were trying to do, and this is just 100% my opinion and not based off of anything I've read, I think they were trying to use it to up the BTS and power play.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. I'd agree with that.
And
based off what I've seen so far, yeah.
And I don't think it's working as well as they want it to.
Well, I think it's probably going to get pretty heavily one-sided into a couple different powers, because I heard you say earlier that initially there was like a huge influx of participation, and now it's down to like a fifth of what it was or something, you said?
Yeah,
so,
that's about right.
Well, we do have the new Vanguard system coming in soon.
That's true.
Yeah,
that will motivate some folks as well.
Just real quick, I want to make sure you did tell me your carrier was in parentheses, it's Galt load me up number 1.
Yep.
Okay. Making my 3rd trip now.
Okay, cool.
Atlas, how is it nobody knows that your name is tied to a very, very old book?
Most people have not read it, apparently. I know. It's funny.
Oh, it's a book.
It's a book and a movie.
It is literally the book that has sold more copies than any other book in the world except for the Bible. is the
Yeah.
number 2 best-selling book in the world.
Until
Atlas
Harry
Rim?
Potter came
Yeah,
out.
Atlas Shrugged.
Yeah.
That's the name of the book, Atlas Rind?
Yeah,
Atlas Shrugged.
Atlas Shrugged.
No
Shrugged?
cores in that one, Commander.
It sold more than Harry Potter, for real?
Oh yeah.
Until Harry Potter, I think it sold
No
more.
cores detected.
No, it's been selling for over 50 years, so it's had a long way to outsell Harry Potter.
Surely Lord of the Rings is the second bestseller.
What?
What is
Lord
the
of the Rings
in that one,
It's
Commander.
got to be the
book
second
about?
bestseller.
Prospector has detected 18.6%
Well,
platinum.
see, the thing you keep forgetting, and a lot of people are forgetting, is that Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings is sci-fi.
Yeah.
And really, there's only about 50% to 70% of the population in the world that likes sci-fi books, and there's a lot of
Well, it's
people who
fantasy.
like
It's not sci-fi. It's
drama.
fantasy, but yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's more fantasy.
Yeah, how
So,
dare you call it sci-fi? You're gonna slap you with a
Well,
rocket.
fantasy, my bad.
I didn't say anything. I was so shocked.
He almost had a heart attack. You got to watch what you say.
No cores detected.
Yeah, and the other
Prospector
question I
has
was
detected
asking that you asked
29.4%
the
platinum.
producer of the overlay you guys were talking about
Mhm.
was we noticed when we've come back that you can go get like manufactured just pretty much if you can find what you're looking for, it's a one-stop shop. Is there something like that for the Odyssey on foot stuff too, or no?
Nope.
No. Okay,
No
so it's
cores
still
in that
just
one,
settlement
Commander.
rating one
Yep.
by one kind of.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sure that
Prospector has
there's,
detected 40.6%
and I'm not. This is
platinum.
one area where I've not done a whole lot with the game. I've gotten a couple of characters fully fitted, but that's about it. All right, this one's 40%. But I'm sure there are guys out there that tell you like, here's the 7 settlements you need to hit in this order, and you'll have all the materials you need for everything. I'm sure
You'd
that
be
exists.
surprised. There's not really.
Really?
No, well, I'm not going to say no to that, but I'm going to say nothing within the last 2 to 3 years.
No
And
cores
so
in that
I
one,
don't.
Commander.
I know, especially games that are kind of a live service like this,
Prospector has
especially that
detected
are getting a lot of
21.2%
updates. I
platinum.
tend to try to be very cautious about following older
Old
guides
stuff,
because
for sure, for sure. I'm gonna hit up Rick, Ricardo's Gaming, because
Well,
he likes to do that
there's
a lot.
yeah, I spent quite a lot of time. There was a an anarchy settlement called Ayabulu.
Mm-hmm.
That
I
was
remember
kind
that.
of considered one of the best places for
Like a shopping
going,
mall.
'cause yeah, because it had habitation, it had a storage, it had
No
pretty
cores
much
in that
every
one,
type
Commander.
of building. So you stood a possibility of get any type of the data that you could download. So any of the data. What is that? Yeah,
well,
the
I know a
data.
lot of people like to just kind of like mid max. And I just enjoy playing this game, so I did notice that they did up the amount of mission rewards you can get. So I'm okay there. I just didn't know if
They also
I was
increased how
just
much you can
missing
carry
something.
when you're raiding settlements. That was one of the
Yeah,
things they
because
changed.
didn't it used to be 15 and then a double
Yeah.
backpack
No
was
cores
30,
It was
but
pretty
now a
small.
regular backpack is 60 and upgraded is 120 because that's what I have. Is like me and my brother play together
No
and
cores in that one,
we was
Commander.
raiding a little bit over the last
Mm-hmm.
couple of days and I just happened to notice like, well, wait a minute, I'm holding 120 units. And I wasn't sure, but I knew for sure that's not what it used to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I was able to upgrade one Maverick suit with the backpack capacity, to
Mm-hmm.
try to help. But we game hop a little bit. We got about 4 games we just strafe around from back
No
and
cores
forth.
detected.
And I finally got my brother to get back on here because I play this a little more than he does. But
Mm-hmm.
once I told him, I assured him, I was like, I promise engineering is better now. It's better. I promise. He got on and he went to 1 HG and he was like, oh, okay. I see what you mean. I was like, don't get too excited now. When you want to target something specifically, you still
No
might
cores
have
in
to,
that one, Commander.
put it into a Nara and check 3 different places. But
Right.
once you find it, you're good.
Check things out. So
No cores
I
in
know
that
you
one,
you
Commander.
probably have stuff happening, unlike some of us that are
Prospector reporting
screwing around. But
34.5% platinum.
anything else you want to mention, Gring? Anything else before we let you get going?
Well, actually, to the previous topic, I knew of a fellow who was obsessed with the thought that finding the materials at settlements was
Mhm.
based on the state of the faction in question. So
Yep.
actually, SLE Survey has a means to it tracks everything you pick up as you run around doing your raiding, and he was going to try and collect these and do like a statistical analysis to see like what's the best chance, what's the right kind of settlement with the faction state and the system state, what's the way to optimize that you can get whatever it is you want.
Yep.
I don't know how far he got with it because it probably would have been a lot of data to crunch through. But the plumbing's still there for that.
I had a ton of stuff that with one of my accounts, the first one I did, that I decided I'm gonna like just get duplicates and save it in the carrier for my other accounts. Eventually ended up selling everything because of the stupid carrier bug. That when you had certain things in your carrier from the settlements, that it just wouldn't let you do any trades anymore.
Prospector
So you couldn't either take or give items, so I ended up eventually just throwing everything away, literally disposing of it that way and clearing out. So I'm going to have to redo it for a couple of accounts. So I guess I do have some interest in this topic.
When
But
you get everything up to grade 5, it's well worth it. You can just go through anywhere and do anything. It's glorious.
Although they do have the same issue there that, well, it's not the same. It's a different issue, I guess. But something I don't like is that once you've applied an engineering to an item, you can't apply anything over the top of it, unlike with ship parts. You know, if I engineer a ship part, I can always decide to change my mind. You can't do that with the suit parts.
Yeah, I agree. That needs to be fixed.
Mm-hmm. Because just buying a whole new suit and then ramping it up to level 5 just because you made one little mistake just feels like too much.
With this SRV app you guys have been mentioning, I'm kind of just coming back, so forget. I'm sure it's pretty great. I hadn't heard of it till this conversation. Is there a video on like how to install and use it for those of us that are kind of well, not computer savvy?
Yes, kind of. So I've got a couple of videos where I go through with it. But honestly, right now the installer is having some issues. It didn't work for me. There's a couple other people that have left messages saying it didn't work, but then it works fine for other people. So I'm not.
I play on a laptop because I'm in my truck now.
I think it has less to do with whether it's a laptop, more to do with are you running Windows 11 or 10?
Yeah, see, that's the kind of question I would have to revert you to.
Okay. See now,
it's a
grinding.
simple app.
This is the guy that needs it to be downloadable from the Microsoft Store.
Yeah.
That's me. That's 100% me.
Yep, and that is around the corner once we get through these last few bugs.
Because see, anything that I can't get on like somewhere where I feel secure about it, I have to get my brother to look at it and tell me, is this okay to put on my laptop, or am I going to be buying a new laptop? And so if he doesn't approve it, I don't get it.
That is a wise way to be.
Well, he's also like very, very good with computers. His job is around them and stuff. You know, he works at anyway, can't really. Yeah, he knows what's going on. I don't.
No cores detected.
Yeah, so any timeline then for getting that version out?
I'm thinking it's going to be within a week.
Okay.
Once we do the submission to the store, it takes sometimes 2 days, sometimes 6 days for them to go through whatever it is that Microsoft does with it. But I think I will be there. I'm hoping, end of this week, early next week.
Yeah.
Is there a paywall for this? Is there a
subscription
fee?
No, it's all free. You're welcome to donate. But no, there's no money required to get it going.
By the way, did you? Okay, you do have a support button. I was going to say, I hope you put that support button on the website.
On the website, and now I put it down front center. Yeah.
I'm still seeing too many airplanes on the website.
I know it's risky to probably ask for money for it,
like
but I'd
them
love
to
to
do away
support
with
things
needing
that I
to
like
unlock
to use.
engineers.
I'm a big
Bad
vote with my
enough
dollar
having to
kind of person.
material grind without all the hurdles you need to jump through. Said, lost my foot.
Exactly.
Like I wasn't even playing Elite during the time when they released the first ship, and I got on just to buy it to buy it, and then turned it back off. I was like, oh, y'all put a ship in the game? I'll Yep, I'll buy it. But we were so
No cores
entrenched in
detected.
something else at the time, I didn't even have time to go fly it. But I was so happy that they were doing anything that was going to keep the game alive because I was a little worried
Yeah.
about it.
A lot of people were, yeah.
I think they made a good choice.
Well, I hope they build on this, like with things like what I was just talking about. And I don't know if that's even something they could do because now you're putting something on the base on the world that's counting material. I don't even know if that's possible, but I think they got a lot of potential with all the stuff that they've been adding and putting in, and I'd love to see. Not that it's not deep enough now. I think there's a lot of gameplay loops, but I would love to see something a little newer
No
come
cores in that
along
one,
that
Commander.
would be real intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
I think Vanguard is going to do a
Prospector has
lot to
detected
help the
28.7%
game.
platinum.
Because as far as I'm concerned,
cores
the
detected.
biggest problem that Elite Dangerous has right
Prospector has
now
detected
is the lack
28.3%
of
platinum.
being able to group together.
Yeah.
No cores in that
Because
one,
that's why
Commander.
you've got stuff like this Discord and you've got the YouTube channels and
Prospector has
everything.
detected
Is people are
26.9%
looking
osmium.
for a way to interact with other people playing the game
Mm-hmm.
No,
because you
you're
can't do it
exactly
in the
right.
game.
No, that's the biggest thing that makes it hard for me and my brother to play is because we play. This is our, he works, I work. Our downtime is, we like to play
Mm-hmm.
video games together. It's what we've kind of always done. We have a good time with it. And if the game doesn't make it easy enough to play, like we'll just move on. And when
Yeah.
Odyssey came out, all the reviews were so bad about the connectivity and all that. Because I did play when Odyssey released. I had to do it. I was,
Mm-hmm.
jumped in there and I couldn't get him on because the reviews were so bad. He's like, "Nah, I'm not going to spend the money on it right now." I was like, "I don't blame you." And it's not because he's unable to spend the money. He definitely has it. He just if it's not of quality yet, he'll wait. And
Sure.
Yep.
so yeah,
Well, like I
that's
said,
one
I
thing I
mean,
don't love about it because we were flying in ships together the other day, and like there's so many things that they could do, like just little things like let your co-pilot lock, where are we going? All right, lock it in. Like let
yeah,
them be
actually fly the plane.
or not necessarily, but yeah, maybe you could switch pilots. Yeah, that would be cool too. But I don't even just mean that. I mean like you literally can only operate any turreted thing, right? So, but what if you could,
Yeah.
instead of me having to go into the navigation panel, he could be the navigator and say, "Here, this is our next target. Jump here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is the planet
Yeah.
with the installation we need to go to. Lock it in while I'm flying and super cruising around." Those little things like that would help
Or actually
immersion of the
being able
multiplayer. Yeah, it would be great.
actually being able to talk in game because the in game talking system actually works as opposed to what
It
it
sounds
is
cool.
now.
I
It
like
sounds cool
Discord
when it
more.
works. Yeah, I mean I do too, but it's really neat the little sound effects they put into the game, especially if you've ever used it and been on foot in Odyssey going in and out of like pressurized and open
Mm.
Yeah.
vacuum and stuff. The
No cores
quality they put into the sound, I think, it's very good. Now, does it work all the time as far as the lag in it? Not, I know that's an issue, but the sound quality and the
Mm-hmm.
details they put into the space simulation part is really great. I think I got 4 more trips, and I don't think you'll be able to hold any more titanium. Well,
No cores detected.
I don't think you have a buy order from.
I can increase the buy order. That's not a problem. As long as you got time to haul, I can bump up the buy
I'll
order.
just fill up what you did, and then I was also wanting to know. I tell you how I actually found your channel was you had some stuff talking about power play, but
Mm-hmm.
as soon as I was ready to watch some of them, my stuff got ready and I had to take off driving, so I wasn't able to really focus on listening to it. And some of it seemed like it was visual, so I was like, all right, I'm gonna have to watch this before I go to bed.
Some of it you're gonna need to watch. Some of them are like the oldest videos are no longer relevant. They're about 7 months old, and already so much stuff has changed in Power Play that they're no longer accurate
Like
anymore.
you had a bunch of videos, Meccan's just doing stuff with colonization right now. He's not really doing much Thargoid
Yeah,
stuff.
he's never done Power Play. He didn't like Power Play.
Yeah, I'm part of AXI. I really love flying with. He's got a good community over there too.
Mm-hmm.
I love going Thargoid hunting with them. I've been in a few
Yep.
escapades with those guys. We've had a good time taking some good, cool screenshots. Yeah, I used to fly with Hawks Gaming too for a while, but I've been trying to get him to come back to Elite, but
Yeah, he's doing Star Citizen.
yeah, he's pretty heavy in it, and he's
Yeah.
playing Age of Mythology or something right now, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get him to come back.
Well, the
Star Citizen is a
No cores in that
wonderful
one,
game
Commander.
for about
usually come
a
out
week.
on Friday with us to go kill some Thargoids.
Yeah, I'm down.
I'm
I
gonna.
kind of need to rework my ship a little, probably.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm gonna try and get a more of a regular Thargoid Friday going with what's his name? He was in here earlier. God damn it, I'm blanking out his name. Starts with a V. Vortex.
Oh, Battle Force X.
Vortex and his group, they're pretty good. Now this Friday, Narco, you said you can't, but you know
No, I can this week.
Oh, you can. Oh, I thought you were. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Last week
It was
you couldn't. That's right.
Friday,
That's
I
right.
couldn't.
Yeah. So Narco and I have made a lot of money together killing Thargoids. I've gone out with Meccan a bunch of times in his other group, not AXI, but his little private group, and that's fun. I'm less into
Fatal
the
Vortex
big
said,
AXI events
CNDR
because
Sergeant.
a lot of people are not as organized, let's say. Trying to think of a nice way of putting it.
When we were doing those Orifices runs, I started running a couple of those with them.
Oh, yeah.
I was kind of taking over for the newer crowd, letting them come in, and
Mhm.
we had a couple nights where we would make so much money, and then we had a couple nights where it was like herding cats and just
Yeah.
nothing was getting done. But it was one or the other. It was like well-trained pilots was in there, and we were just making billions, or it was a herd of cats, and nobody herds cats, so it was a
Yeah.
mess.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. And then I was giving Meccan shit for the fact that he came in 2 weeks ago with frickin' with or the I'm blanking out again, the guns. The
the plasmas.
The plasmas. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, with the plasmas. Because like he always made a point of telling people never bring plasmas to group battles. You want to use them in solo, that's fine, but don't ever bring them to group because they create so much light and through effects that they just create FPS issues for everybody. And what's he do? He shows up with a bunch of plasmas on the ship. I'm like, really, dude? The hell?
What do y'all have a link in your ship build page for what's a couple different good options to bring for the Thargoid Friday event that you would
I've
do?
got one in there in the Discord. I'm in the process of putting more of my ship builds into Discord. I just started doing that. But, generally, like, it all depends on what your type of activity you're doing, whether it's solo or group, or because if you're a group, it doesn't matter as much about being cold. You can be hot because it doesn't matter. You can just fly further away and the Thargoids will target somebody else.
Yeah,
Narco
it's funny. I pretty much just have that plasma anaconda right now.
Yeah. And Anaconda's fine. Narco and I have used Anacondas a ton. And we've gotten billions off of that. Just very quickly shredding everything with multiple Anaconda shots, doing shards.
No cores
obviously.
in that one, Commander.
So
Yeah, I think that's what's on mine. It's either the What was it for the Orifices? I haven't even looked at that ship in forever.
It's
What was
probably
the big meta?
It was
either
probably
shards
shards.
or
Yeah, it was probably
plasmas.
shards.
I'm pretty sure the shards are more like the shotgun, right?
Yeah,
And then the
yeah.
plasmas are okay. So I definitely have the plasmas then.
You have the
Yeah, someone
plasmas, yeah.
worked out you could do an author like 6 plasmas on there, and you could do them in 2 shots if you got it right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Finding
in the
in the-
groups we were in, if there was
22.6% platinum,
there only
Ron
had to be
Capitan.
2 condas in there, and every one of them would just instantly pop.
Mm-hmm.
And I was bringing mine because it's fully kitted to the gills, like for what it needed to be anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. But if I go into that, what are Thargoids are we killing? It's not like a fire orifice hunt, is it? It's probably more of an
No,
actual
it's just regular, all 4 types.
right. So I would probably want to bring something a little more agile than an
Yeah, that's why I was telling Narco here too, is that like agile is probably better than bringing a anaconda, but also with enough people, it really doesn't make a whole lot of difference what you bring, because you know you got enough firepower. Even 4 anacondas, it kind of doesn't really matter, like that you're slow and barely moving, because you've just got enough firepower with everybody running shards to kill anything, including a hydra.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
shit,
don't
we were
think I've
doing it with
ever
2 ships. We were killing hydras left and right. With 4 or
what is
more ships, super easy.
what's the second tier of a Thargoid?
The
detected.
Basilisk.
The what?
Second.
Oh yeah, basilisk.
I think that's the highest tier that I've gotten so far by myself.
Basilisk.
Or maybe it might have been in a wing, maybe. Yeah,
Mhm.
I've killed a basilisk and then the normal interceptor or whatever they call it.
Yeah, I've killed medusas by myself, but I've never yet killed a hydra by myself.
Yeah, I haven't killed a medusa or a hydra at all. Is it
Mm.
really good combat rank?
5% pay night.
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm.
Because I'm 2 away from being elite.
Yeah, it'll get you there really quick.
Nice.
Prospector has detected
For sure.
17.6% platinum.
On the ground ones, Medusas are no problem, but as soon as the swarm gets introduced, I'm not very good.
Are we fighting them in open space or is it a ground area?
Well, the only place you can do it now is in open space.
It's in open, yeah.
Okay. There is no more spire site stuff
Nope.
at all?
No cores in that one, Commander.
Can you still get the Thargoid materials and stuff that we kind of needed during the war? Is that stuff available
You can
anywhere?
still get them. Yeah, they're still available.
Uh-oh.
Prospector has
Come on,
detected
game, don't start doing
41.8%
this.
platinum.
Yep, just crashed me out.
I mean, you kind of don't need most of them anymore because you could just buy things without the materials now. But you could still get them.
If you get
they're available.
If you do get time at some point, you can send me an invite to your private group and I'll take it. But
yeah,
I don't need it now. I'm just saying if you think about it at another time.
Okay. Well, the easiest way is just send me a friend request in game, and then I'll send you back a private group invite
Yeah, I
thing.
should have just done that. Is your in-game name the same as
Atlas Rand.
Atlas Rand?
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, one of them is Atlas Rand.
Yeah. Well, the one I'm on right now. That's the important one. Okay, so that one's done. And
yeah, I hope they do something with the with all that biology stuff they have going on. I think there's a little bit of they need to do something like with the SRVs or something, like make SRVs since they got a combat one like an Explorer SRV where you could walk up to it, put genetic samples in it, and swap the cartridges in and out or something, so you could do one site of all the multiple things at once would be really cool.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you can
But you would
just
have to like store the modules in your SRV and reload the other one. Something like that would be super cool.
That would be useful.
I don't
It would make the
understand
SRV
why.
useful.
I don't understand why the SRV doesn't have the ability to scan exobiology.
By itself, yeah. Why you got to get out?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like that you get out, but it would be good if it had that feature too. Yeah, that would be good. But
yeah,
a new SRV would be great.
You can scan exobiology in your ship, but you can't do it in your, and you can't collect samples.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, some sort of SRV that holds 2 to 3 players. And they need to make them all engineerable too. I really don't understand why that's not a thing yet. But make them where like if you're going out into the black, this SRV is useful. You know, you could have specimen cold storage tanks where you could put that specimen in there and swap that cartridge back and forth kind of thing. I think would add a lot. I would be more interested in doing it. The fact that when I did it and I had to go out and it was like, oh, here's this other sample. Oh no, you got to get rid of this completely to scan this. You
Yeah.
got to pick one. I was like, okay, no thanks. I did my sample, turned it in. I think I've done exobiology.
Mm-hmm.
When it first came out, I tried it. I was like, okay, it's not bad. And then I did it with my brother the other day to show him like what it was about. And then I was like, okay, Ivory Cobra.
Mm-hmm.
The potential's there. I like it. I
Yeah.
like where they're going. I'm just trying to play an open. I'm having trouble reconnecting to the game. I may have to jump out and reset my internet.
Oh,
I
really?
don't normally have this problem. I don't know. It won't let me reconnect to the game.
Uh-oh.
Right.
Let me dump some limpets.
So this mining you're doing, you're actually earning merits and doing like something you need to be doing simultaneously.
So you can earn merits by selling things for a profit. The most profitable thing you can sell is mined material because your buy cost is 0. So the entirety of how much you make when you mine is considered profit.
Okay, and does it have to be sold to a system controlled by your power?
Yeah, it has to be a system controlled by your power, and you have to sell the material in the same system you mined it in. That's what makes it more tricky. That's why there's so few places to do this, because it has to have some place.
When you were in that video starting to label that stuff, that's why I quit because I couldn't follow it. That's what you meant.
Okay.
Ah,
Yeah. Yeah, it's
gotcha.
it's part of the overly complicated system of power play that they developed. Is there's a lot of rules, one of which is you have to actually mine in the system you sell for the merits to count. So you could still mine anywhere, and that's what Top Hat does. He'll mine anywhere just for money. But if you're mining for merits, then you have to mine in a place that also will pay you a good price when you sell it. So that combination is a lot more rare than just simply finding good rings to mine or a good price to sell.
Because
Like you got to get both.
What you're selling as much as what they're paying for what you're kind
Yeah.
of thing. It's not like, oh, you need to do painite. You just need to mine whatever in that they're paying.
Yeah, it doesn't matter which material you mine. The most profitable thing is deep core, and the most valuable deep core will change over time. But I've been doing monazite, which has been pretty a pretty pricey, valuable deep core material. And so with monazite, how are we looking here? We're looking good. With monazite, I can do like, how many was it? Like 15 or 20 levels per ship load of jumping up.
Now, you're doing deep core mining?
Monazite's deep core. Right now, I'm doing platinum, which is not deep core.
I mean, what we're discussing. Yeah. So, and when you do that, you're finding a lot of rocks to do, because when I used to do void opal mining, when I bought my first carrier, man, we had to go back to re-engineer the ship for speed because, I mean, it was it was tough finding the rocks. There was not a lot of them.
That's absolutely the case. That's so
yeah. So I used to use the clipper for that.
Yep. Yeah, and this ship is perfect for it. I mean, this is a fast ship that has a lot of cargo room. Oh, finally, here's a 63%.
Commander.
I like core mining. Core mining is actually my favorite to do.
It is fun.
But you can't do it anywhere near as quickly as you can laser mining.
I mean, for the same number of units, yeah, but it's still quicker when you consider the cost or how many merits you get. It's still faster. So it depends on what you're counting by. If you're counting per unit, it's slower. If you're counting per merit, it's faster.
Oh yeah, if you're talking about merit, it's faster. I'm talking about per unit for credit. If you're doing it for money, the fastest way to do it is platinum.
Yeah, but I don't even care about money anymore, dude.
Right.
I have no concern about money in this game anymore.
Yeah, but if you're doing merit, you want a core mine.
Huh.
Yeah, merits are based
I
on
wish we
profit.
were with the same power, but you're part of that Yuri scumbag, dude, so I can't mess with
Hey,
you.
Yuri scumbag. He's the best one. Who are you with?
I serve the queen herself, sir.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah, I used to be with her. I ditched her. She stopped giving me a bonus to Thargoid kills. There's no more bonus on those bounties, so fuck her.
Yeah, I serve Asling. I don't know. I've the only time I've never been pledged to
No
her,
cores in that
and I've
one,
been playing
Commander.
this game since before there was engineering. So, and I
Mhm.
used to play on
Prospector has detected
Xbox. So, I mean,
31.5%
I've been
platinum.
on Elite
Yeah.
almost since the beginning, and I've always, since
No
there
cores
was
detected.
someone to pledge to, I was with Asling.
Prospector
And
has detected 47.4%
the only time I would
platinum.
leave is like I would left for your Leon Ruri for the pack hounds,
Mm-hmm.
and
No
I
cores in that
think
one,
I got
Commander.
maybe I got that mining
Prospector has
laser, and then it
detected
ended up being
47.4%
trash.
platinum.
Maybe one other module, but I pretty much always just been with her. I think that change they made where all of them give you everything just in different orders is probably the second best thing next to the SCO drive this game's done.
Well, it
That's
would
what I
be
thought
if
you
you would
said
have
then.
actually picked the good power to be with, then yeah.
Well, I thought you said you were with the queen, not the princess.
Yeah, the princess. That's right. I'm
Oh
sorry.
my
Yeah.
God, you're with a waifu? Jesus Christ, that's
Yeah,
pathetic.
yeah. She's a dreamer, man. She's got
No,
ideas.
she's a masturbation material, is what she is.
Yeah.
No dreaming involved.
Even
That's worse than the queen. Oh Jesus! You get no benefits being with her. She's literally the worst power.
Oh,
No
is she
cores
really? Because
detected.
Yeah.
I feel like you're not joking, but in the
I'm
sense
not.
that
I'm not.
Prospector reporting
like she has
31.5%
nothing to
platinum.
offer.
She has nothing to offer. She's literally there for people that like little blue-haired girls.
She's the prettiest, and she's got blue hair.
You know,
Yeah,
really, what made us choose her, though, honestly, is
the blue
she
hair.
was the one that had she had prismatic shields, and so then
Yeah.
it's been almost a decade of having her as my power. So it's just
Mm-hmm.
I basically defaulted to it. Honestly, it
Yeah.
was really just for the prismatics for
Well,
the
I did.
longest time.
When I was jumping through getting the weapons that I wanted and pledging and buying a load of weapons and then pledging to the next one to get the weapons and that. The only thing out of all of it that I thought I might actually come back and want more of that were the prismatic shields. So I was pledged to Ashling for a long, long time after I'd finished going through them.
So what is the benefit of pledging to who you have versus what she does?
So I did a
Is she
video
really
on
not?
this, but
Did you? Okay, I'll
yeah.
have to watch it.
Basically, if you look at all the benefits, right, that each power gives you, because now the weapons are the same, so it doesn't matter. There is no benefit in shields anymore. But if you look at what kind of bonuses or discounts they give you, the ones that stand out are Li Young-Ru for the bonuses to sales and turning in data. So like 100% bonus on exploration stuff. The other one that's got, if you enjoy doing bioscans, then Anton is a pretty good one because you got a large bonus on the money that you get paid for exobiology, and you also can make merits by doing exobiology, although they nerfed that quite a bit. But if you don't like doing exobiology and you're not necessarily an exploration person, the one that has the most bonuses is the one that I'm in, Grom, because there's 4 different benefits that you get with him. Most powers just have either 1 or 2. With Grom, you get 4. You get a 30% discount on all weapons modules that you buy in his territory. You also get a 60% payout on all bounties that you get.
But Grom the bonus said, "Verse spry guy."
And then
Verse spry guy.
So that's 2. And then the third that you get is you get 15% on all sales. So anytime I sell products, I make a profit, I get 15% bonus on that. Which I think one of the other guys, maybe Archer, gives you like 40% or something out. I can't remember. And then you also get 15% for turning in exploration data. So you don't have like a 60 or 100% bonus on anything, but you can do a lot of different activities and you're still getting bonus for it, which is very, very handy because it doesn't mean, like, if you do a lot of the other ones, they're one-trick ponies, right? So either you do bioscans for Antal and you get his bonus, or nothing. You get no other bonuses. For Arissa Lavingi, you can do bounties. You get up to, I think, 100% on bounties, whereas I get 60. You can get up to 100 with her, but that's it. Just on bounties. There is no other benefit. It's just a one-trick pony.
The only thing I see she gives me is increase to minor faction reputation gain.
Yeah, and if you're looking for your
rescue payout.
Yeah, if you're looking at your blue-haired Smurf there, the thing that she gives you is literally worthless. So it literally is the worst power. Not just because you're going to be made fun of for, joining a blue-haired little girl.
CMDR Sergeant.
What is the really good frag cannon?
She is pretty though.
Oh my God.
Aspire.
That's not. Yes, he's pretty.
Personally, I think the only real good reason to join a power play is that the type of stuff that power play gives you merit for is your kind of gameplay.
Yeah, but that's why this is the best one.
I just joined her without even really looking at what was going on because
I could have told you that. You saw the blue hair, you're like, I'm there.
Yeah.
Like, these blue-haired girls are not all that.
What does she do for me? Does it not tell you? Is there not a clickable
There is.
thing?
Yeah. There's a chart that tells you all this stuff.
When I click on Felicity, it doesn't really.
Oh yeah, if you're already pledged to somebody, you can't see what other people are doing in game. You have to use out of game resources.
In that one, Commander.
Okay, 45%. Here I go.
Out of game resources are easier to read anyhow.
Yeah.
No cores in that.
Sarge, what were you saying at 140%? I just glanced and noticed you said 140% something. So my gameplay is I like to do all these things. I change what I do over time. And I don't want to feel like, if I want to get a bonus, I have to go scan flowers. Yes, he gives you the biggest bonus for doing that, for sure. But is that going to be the only activity that I enjoy in the game? Hell no.
Said CMDR Sergeant.
Bounty bonus? Who gives 140? Nobody gives 140%. What are you talking about? There we go. Depleted.
How much of this the amount that you asked for initially, is that what you need to complete your next task?
No, that's just where my finger got tired of holding the button down for how much money to allocate.
Oh.
I'll tell you,
well,
I think you did like
one more run.
You did like 6,000, right?
Shit, I don't know, brother.
I think I put in 6,000 in there. I can check remotely here. Hold on. So I just go to carrier management. What I need is about double that amount.
Survey, he'd be able to check a lot easier.
If what?
I said if he was using SRV survey.
Oh yeah, exactly. If he was using SRV survey, it would be better. Totally true.
Yeah, it has to be. There has to be an easier way for me to begin to use it. I'm weary of putting stuff on. I fully believe there's nothing wrong with it, but
yeah,
it just. I don't know. I'm not computer savvy enough to be installing stuff on here or get it from the wrong spot, and then the next thing you know, I can't play any of my games.
Okay, you've only done you're not even close, dude. You've only done 4,000. I had it for 6,000. You got like 5 more runs to do.
Lavigny gives 140%.
But what I actually
when you're
need is
over
about
level
12,000.
100 said. CMDR Sergeant.
Lavinia gives
Yeah,
100% when you're over level 100.
wanting to do a
Do you
little
right
bit
now?
of
Go ahead.
power play today, but I guess I'm gonna have to leave my power and like look at these things again and decide who I want to be with.
It takes no time at all to get your power plays up.
It really doesn't. Honestly, you could go from level 0 to 100 in about a week.
I mean, seriously, there's
just
not,
mining.
as far as I'm concerned, there's just not that big of a difference between 0 and 100 as far as like the total outcome.
I just want to start having access to all the weapons again.
Yeah.
Or for a majority of them, to be honest, it would actually be a first time.
Yep.
Because like I said, I'd got a couple of the things, but I mostly just did the prismatic shields, and then I stayed with her. So when I would buy new ships, I would have access to them. Because man, there was a time when you played this game, you didn't.
They'll screenshot it for you. Said.
I mean, I remember mining in an Asp Explorer for like, dude, I don't know.
I know for ages. Yeah. I talked about that earlier today. I think before you came in with that, like everything is so much faster.
I mentioning it, but I was getting a bunch of phone calls.
Oh yeah.
I went out at the beginning of that. My buddy called. We got a trip planned to Florida, and y'all were talking about the game speed, and right when he called, and so I must have missed that. But yeah. But yeah, dude. I mean, I remember getting my first Python.
Oh, it took a while.
My dumbass was so excited to fly it. I bought it, and then instead of staying with the Asp, which I would have had rebuy money for, I had to fly it. And I got interdicted on the way back from mining with it, and I lost it. I lost my first one.
Damn.
I remember finally getting the Anaconda to working for ages and ages, and I got the Anaconda. I was really excited, and I bought turreted weapons for it, and I engineered stuff, and I went out, got interdicted, and had no idea how the turreted weapons worked. So I pulled them out, and nothing happened, and I ended up dying. The thing flew like a brick, and I was so disgusted and unhappy.
Yeah.
So I sold the Anaconda immediately after that. I didn't have one again until.
Hey, Sarge, I want some of what you're smoking there, buddy, because I've looked 2 different sources. One is the ED Wiki, the official one, and then the other one is Frontier themselves. They both say 100%. So, I mean, I don't know what you're getting, but 140 is not written anywhere. It says 100%, and I'm pretty sure that when I was with that power, which I was initially, it was 100%. So anyway, Sarge was saying it's 140% on Lavingi. Everything I'm reading says it's 100.
Well, I can tell you what it says I get for her right now is 200% for 2 different things.
No, it's a different account, dude. You're on the princess. He's on the queen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, I will say the 2 things were like search and rescue pods or something like that.
Yeah,
And then
search and rescue pods are 200%. Yeah. And then you get 100% increase on minor faction reputation gain, which
I guess
is
that's
useless.
good if you are a minor faction and you're trying to take over something.
It's
because aren't
it's
minor factions player factions as well? That's what that would be considered.
Yeah. If this is a secondary account that you use strictly for minor faction stuff, then yes, there is a strategic point to being in Iceland Devolved, but I guarantee you 99% of the people that are pledged to Iceland Devolved either don't do minor faction stuff or don't even know what it means.
I honestly just snapped her up.
Yeah.
Because I'd always been with her, but now that when I saw, I might have been your video earlier last night, whatever, where they were saying that there's benefits to having them and this and that, because I was trying to figure out, all right, how aggravating is it going to be to do these merit things? Because it used to be such a pain in the ass.
It's really not. It used to be actually easier, but it's still not bad. Like I've switched 2 of my characters. I switched to Grom from others, and so I had to rerun up to level 100. And it's at this point, I'm like, any new account I bring in is always going to be in Grom. until they change something, which they might, this just makes the most sense because it's got the most flexibility.
I think the old way of having to haul those whatever they was, and you could only buy them 10 at a time or whatever it was, or you had to go do combat, and I thought it used to be terrible. It was so
But you
terrible.
only had to do it. Yeah, it was a bit of grindy, but you only had to do it once every 3 weeks, and you did it all with just one ship. Now to get to level 100, it can take you a week if you just really strictly do nothing but mining. But in terms of number of hours, it's way more hours than it used to be.
But it's more stuff you can do.
But there's
and it's
way more stuff you can
engaging
do.
and
Yes,
fun.
yes, it's
You can
actually more
change it
fun.
up. Yeah,
Correct.
I think it's a positive change.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. But I also understand that it's more work. Like
Which it
buying.
should be. Like the old way was just okay. Either go blow up some ships, or
Yeah.
sit here and reload these 10 things.
Yeah.
Into your super large ship 1,000 times.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so annoying because what was the number? 10, right? You could only load 10 at a time.
Yeah.
Or some
Yeah.
stupid.
You have to buy. You have to like either wait 20 minutes or pay to get the next 10.
Right. Yeah. It was.
Mm-hmm.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is that other thing y'all were talking about? The Vanguard? What exactly is
Well,
that?
Vanguard is the redo of the guild system for the game.
Yeah, no one's quite sure exactly.
Yeah, there's no specific details yet. So,
is the gentleman that was here that was at PitCon, is he still in here, or did he go?
No, he left.
So do we know if that was the Panther Clipper leg?
What do you mean he left? That's you, Narco. What the hell are you talking about?
No, we don't know.
No, we don't. No,
yeah, we don't.
No, we literally they stuck it on the screen. A few people took photographs of it, put it on Discord, and within about 8 minutes, Meccan had it up on YouTube, and it was spread out through the Discords very quickly. So no, we got teased. The only thing was we saw it 5 minutes before everybody else did.
I mean, it very well could be.
The Panther. Nah, that's the Panther Clipper. Look how big that is. That is definitely the Panther Clipper.
Let me ask you this question. You've got all these colonies, and they're changing population, and they're changing the way population works with all these colonies. What makes you think it's not a passenger ship?
I mean, could be. Maybe they're going to design it as the Panther Clipper as a passenger ship. Maybe they're doing something different. But that with Meccan's thing where he was talking about how they found it in the game files, there's not been a bigger need for a ship that does that kind of work.
Yeah, and the passengers are just cargo that breathes anyway.
Right.
No, I agree. I mean, passengers are just. But the thing is that you're talking about a significant part of the game that used to have some value to people, and hasn't for a long time had any value to anybody.
Well,
you remember Robigo mines and the passenger missions and everything, and the only thing that stopped people from doing more passenger missions was the difficulty of Robigo mines being a small thing, and the passenger missions being so outrageously difficult to do for the money.
Yeah, and the passengers suck. They complain all the time. You just want to kill them.
Well,
yeah.
I think the thing about passenger missions too, in the community, and this is FDev's fault. They made their gameplay loops around the wrong things.
No cores in that one.
Like
Commander.
It should have never been around.
Prospector reporting 16.1%.
Finding the materials to engineer your ships. It should have been using engineered ships.
Commander.
And that's where I think they kind of went wrong. And so the community as a whole would min-max everything about trying to get the ships or the materials that you wanted. So you would just sit there and do those pointless Reaper mine back and forth. And it was mind-numbing. It would make you stop playing the game after a week.
Well, Robigo passenger missions used to be the number one way to make money.
No cores in that one.
It was a very short period of time. But that was how I bought my first carrier, was doing Rubigo passenger missions.
Not me. No, I was mining low temperature diamonds.
But by that
Yeah, that's
point,
how
when
I
I
did it
finally got
too.
my first carrier, the LTDs weren't that valuable anymore.
I remember what I was doing. I do remember that we didn't know how much they were going to be, and I spent ages getting money together, and I had about $4.5
cores
billion,
detected.
and they
Mhm.
came out and announced that they were 5 billion, and I was so pissed off. I didn't play for about 3 months.
Wow.
I just couldn't turn it on again. I was just so sick.
So I'm just curious. A negative 100% reduced rebuy when killed by a ship pledged to another power in
Yes, you get
territory your power does not.
free ship
Okay,
rebuy.
but it also says 100% reduced rebuy when killed in your power's territory. So
Yep.
if both of those meet, do
Mhm.
you get paid to buy your ship back?
No cores in
No.
that one, Commander.
No, they don't go upside down.
Data cells.
Oh, I'm out of freaking critters
Rewarded
here.
trade bond and sales.
So
Huh. Who is Yuri Grom an independent?
Yeah.
Or an alliance?
By independent. Ooh. See, where am I here? Inventory.
Oh, you don't have to pay to refuel with Leon.
Yeah.
You say.
Yeah. He takes care of
That's cool.
all three of the repair, refuel, rebuy things. Yeah, he's probably my second favorite one out of the bunch of them.
Archon Delane. That's the pirate dude, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and basically you just don't get bounties if you're in his territory. And you're pledged to him. You don't get bounties against you.
Salvage profits? What are salvage profits? What would that be?
That's all kinds of garbage.
Yeah.
Like when you pick up ship kills, dead ships, there's all kinds of materials that they're not materials, they're like actual stuff that's sitting in your hangar. Okay, this one's done.
Metal
But they're not worth much. I mean, it's a kind of a bad benefit.
Organic data, technology, commodity profits.
You ever done the black box stuff?
Nah, I mean I've done everything like maybe once or twice. So, but for mostly just no, like yeah, I went and grabbed some, did it.
Salvage is basically a ship has been blown up and you're picking up all the refuse.
Mm-hmm.
And you go sell the refuse.
And it's not worth much.
The difference is
Limpets
that it's not
manufactured, Commander.
engineered material. It's
Right.
everything but the engineered material.
Trade bond, that's pretty good. Trade bond for rare goods. Okay. Yeah, I mean I kind of see what you mean. I mean,
like if you want to just do one thing, the other guys will certainly have more. Okay, that's what I need. 60%
No
platinum.
cores detected.
They'll have more single item
Prospect reporting
percentages.
63% platinum, Commander.
You know, like for Arissa, Lavingi Duval, you're basically doubling the money that you're making off killing pirates. But that's it. That's all you get.
now could I potentially unlock all of the weapons in 1 week, or is that
Yeah,
like a week
yeah.
by week thing?
I mean, it's going to be a busy week for you, but when this first came out,
Okay, so
I got to level.
That answers the question. Then it's not a week by week tick anymore. It's
No,
just
it's not a week
you
by
got
week.
the merit, you got the unlocks.
Yeah,
you have to do the first week stuff.
Yeah.
And then after that, you don't really have anything to hold you back.
All right, you talked me into it. I'm gonna pledge to Yuri Grom. Now that
Good.
I've read the actual stuff,
Right?
Yeah, and it's most of the stuff I would do. Like, it's not necessarily that I'm gonna explore, but you're always honking.
Yeah,
And I do
yeah.
trading, and I do buy weapons.
You might as well get the bonuses for it, you know? Exactly.
Yeah, the only other one I kind of like it. I'm looking.
Personally, I won't do
like
power play.
Rui.
I won't
and
do
he
power
buys
play because I don't like being attacked when, you know, I'm in some area that just happens to be at war with, you know,
You're not gonna
somebody.
get attacked. That's a misnomer.
I have been shot and destroyed so
It's
many times.
for probably better reasons. I can think of a few to kill you.
It's the local authorities around my carrier that do it.
Local authorities around your carrier. Yeah, it's not gonna be power play then.
All right, so if
Because
I
I'll
want
tell
to
you,
do
where
my
you do
weekly
get shot for power play, no matter whose power play you're in, is when you're in one of the other 11 power plays.
Full of iron.
Stronghold areas.
Yeah, stronghold carrier areas.
Right.
You will get shot.
Right.
No,
That's what I'm talking
not
about.
just stronghold carriers themselves, but in systems that are stronghold carriers at any station, you'll get shot.
Right.
Transport power.
That's
Okay, let's just start at the top. Still rear. I'm gonna go get my other ship. This was fun. I got some stuff done for you. I'm gonna head to my carrier.
Okay. I mean, feel free to fill up your carrier with like titanium and just ship it directly to my system too. Just letting you know.
Shit, I tell you what I got to do to my carrier first is put some damn tritium on it.
Some what?
That's what tritium.
Oh, you don't have any?
My
Yeah.
carrier, yeah, but well, I got some, but my carrier ain't going anywhere right
The
now.
good news is you can buy that anywhere.
Right.
So Knox helped out.
I really wish that
Caligari
mining
helped
tritium was
out.
more fun.
Just you, Narco. You're the only one we're waiting on to help me build.
Do what? Sorry?
You're the only one that we're waiting on to help haul some materials for me.
Where's that?
Exactly.
Yeah, he said go grab your big ship.
Mm-hmm.
So
Your
where would
empty,
you like
hollow
me to
ship
post
that you
this
can hear your
screenshot at?
whimpering
Said
echoes in.
I'm
CMDR
actually flying it
Sergeant.
right now. I'm in Dessia. I'm just putting the max
You can stick it on my
Bring it
on
to
my
Coal
Discord
Sector 285
in Elite Chat or whatever.
I mean, I could, couldn't I? I could do that.
This used to be my favorite ship to mine in.
Which
was my
one?
Type 9.
Oh, Type 9. Really? I've never
I
particularly
just
liked
love
that.
the industrial look of it. It is not fun to fly, but it's such a fun ship to mine in because it's just it fits the role. And we used to do these things. We had a group.
Okay, good
This
enough.
was
I'm gonna go sell
years
this.
ago. And we would do this thing where we would wing up and then get in the same instant. Somebody, one or two of us would leave, and then we would wing up with 2-3 other people. They would jump in, and we have been in these mining deals
like
where there would be
large mining things.
oh
Yeah.
god, yeah. I mean, like I'm talking 16 ships were there.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
You want to talk about a light show, dude?
Yeah.
It's not. It's just so fun watching all the ships. You have to have a little bit of coordination, and we had a good group at the time. It didn't last long, but we would have about 3 guys that led it out. They were out front, and they would do the prospecting, and everybody just followed them, and it was so cool watching all these giant ships follow in.
Posted in Elite Chat said.
And I used
All
to love
right,
doing
let's
it
see
in
what you
my Type
posted
9.
here. Elite Chat. 140% payout from A. Levingi. Redeem all bounty vouchers.
Is that Type 8 any good?
Type 8's amazing. The only problem with the Type 8 is it isn't big enough.
Yeah, that's a bug. We'll go ahead and report that for you. Thanks for the screenshot.
Yuri Grom controls this sector I'm going into, so what did I need to do?
You just need to pledge them.
I already did that.
Oh, okay.
But I have these, I think 5 tasks I have to do.
That's your first week tasks.
Yeah, that's all you got to do is just do those 5, and then after that, you're free to do anything you want.
That gets you merit.
Yeah, I gotta see. He's saying to
Settlements.
sell rare goods in acquisition systems.
What's the name of this place? Shawarma. That's what it was. Shawarma. That's why I gotta sell this stuff. So that is interesting. All kidding aside, Sarge, because there is
Sorry,
nowhere
it's not
that
a
it
bug.
says
It's
there's
bonus for going
140.
over 100 said. CMDR Sergeant.
How do you know what a rare good is? Because it doesn't say.
Mm-hmm.
A rare good will show up when you're in the commodities as a yellow colored item, and it'll have two symbols, one at the beginning, one at the end of the rare word. So a very common rare commodity.
It's worth checking out anyway.
Leviathan brandy.
Leviathan.
Brandy.
Yeah, that's one of them. Now, the thing with a rare good like that is that it's not always available. It's not like you can go to a place and it's there.
Now, if I was just one of those players that had a bunch of it on my carrier and I just took it in and sold it, it doesn't matter if I bought it from a certain place. I just have to sell it in a certain place, right?
No, that's not how it works. That's how it should work, but that's not how it works. You really need to buy it when you need to buy it. So, like, if you already had it and you try to turn it in, it won't exactly work.
What are you talking about?
He's got rare goods on his
Oh
ship,
yeah, I got a whole ton of them.
and he needs to turn in for the 5 merit thing, for the 5 first week thing.
Oh yeah, that does not work if you take them out of your carrier.
Right, it can't be in your carrier. Is
Unfortunately.
I don't want to sell them to my carrier. I just want to get them off my carrier, so I have to.
No, but that's the point. They've been on your carrier, so they don't count anymore.
Right, you can't even buy new stuff and put it on your carrier. You have to buy it, leave it in your ship, and take it over there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that is the case. Yeah.
So when they say sell rare goods, they mean buy and sell rare goods.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Typical FDF. I'm on board.
Right. Yeah, and then I know why they did that is because of me, but it's annoying. Because week 1 I did 0 to level 100 in 3 days. Because I just carried carrier fulls of rare goods. And I put out a video that shows you how to do it. And then 24 hours later, they turned it off.
Different people were doing it?
Well, I mean, I'm sure there was people doing it 5 minutes later. There were probably people doing it before me. I was just the one who publicized it. But either way, within 24 hours of that video being out, they nerfed that into the ground. Just completely turned off rare goods for merits.
I need to check something quick.
We're approaching body B3C. It is a rocky body with gravity of 0.15 g and a surface temperature of 211 degrees Celsius.
I haven't tried, but
my brother's probably gonna be getting on soon if he does get on. Is it cool if I invite him to this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's not on yet.
And then did you send me the friend request or not? I don't see one.
Can I do it without going to the main menu now or not?
I think so. Oh, actually, if you're in game, we have to be in the same system before you could do it. Otherwise, the main menu.
Yeah, I'll do it from the main menu.
Yeah, that's fine.
Before I get off.
Yeah.
I'm 2 jumps from Shinrarta. I gotta go get back in my Mandalay, my new favorite ship.
Well, and that's the beauty is you don't have to go to Shinrarta anymore. You could just go to any of the whatchamacallit ships. The what do you call them?
Yeah, what do you call them?
Stronghold carrier.
Yeah, strongholds. So stronghold carriers
they
carry.
Sell all ships and modules now.
Yeah, they sell everything. Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Is it 100% more, or is there?
No, it's regular price. I mean, technically, I guess Shinrarta you save 10%. So there is that, but that not really caring about the cost as much as just convenience factor. It's nice to have everything available right where you're at.
Yeah, that I didn't know that was a thing. What I really need to do, because the real reason everything's at Shinrarta right at the moment is because I moved all of my ships there, and I bought all new SCO drives and put them in.
Oh yeah.
So the sizes would be there.
And now you got to
and
redo it all.
I have the mats for it. It's fine.
Yeah, but now you got to do all the pre-engineered SEO drives.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Yeah, that
I
sucked,
don't
man.
even buy SEOs.
I
I
threw
buy
away.
pre-engineered.
I threw away, I think, like 10 of the Liang Ru engineered pre-SEO engineered drives. I kept hoping they'd have an upgrade path, but they didn't. So I was like, well, god damn it. These
I
are all
know what you're
gone.
talking about. I've seen some videos on this. Is there a reason to get those? I mean, is there more jump range
Yeah,
out of that?
yeah,
Don't forget to
yeah.
put some limpets while we are here, Commander.
And
Just
what does
go
it
through and
take to
replace
get
all of them.
those?
Number one, you get 2 engineered items off of one,
Mhm.
and then you could still do a chosen experimental effect.
Yeah.
So what you're getting is you're getting long range and you're getting fast booting,
Mhm.
and then you can put mass manager on it or thermal manager on it and get extra, even more jump range out of it than
What
a
does it take?
regular
Do you have a
engineer SEO.
video on those of how to
Mm-mm.
earn them?
I don't think so, but it's pretty straightforward. The only thing you need is the only hard part of it is getting the Titan drive components from the Thargoids.
Is that a material?
Yeah.
Or
It's a material.
Is it a material or a cargo? You see what I'm saying?
It's cargo.
It's cargo.
And,
yeah.
and not only is it cargo, you have to have a
Corrosive
cargo
wraps.
hold that's anti-corrosive. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got that. And where can I get those at?
Thargoids.
But I'll give you a tip.
Hold on. Like the grave sites or
Yeah,
from
yeah.
killing Thargoids?
Grave sites.
It's Titan. Yeah.
They're just floating around out there, or what's the deal there?
Theoretically, they're really hard to get, but yeah, theoretically.
They're floating around, and if you follow the NPCs that are shooting the Thargoids in the area, they'll drop once in a while off of those.
I think I need to relog because my stuff's not selling. I'm
What are they
attempting
called?
to sell.
Thargoid what?
Titan drive components. I'm gonna log off and back in here, guys.
Components.
Now, I will tell you that the best way to go about getting a Titan drive component that I have ran into is you fly in, you fly around until the Thargoids show up.
Still waiting for those
If the
limpets.
Thargoids
Mon
show up and you
Capitaine.
haven't found a drive component yet, leave, come back,
Commencing shutdown
and repeat.
procedures.
Oh man.
Yeah, it can
Virtual
take a
co-pilot
while for
service
sure,
starting.
unfortunately.
How many of those Titan drive components do you need
Just one.
per?
One.
So every one of those I get is going to equal one of
Mhm.
those SEO drives, probably.
Yep. And then the
There's
rest of
more
them
than
are just
just the
regular
drive
materials.
Right. Where can I see the list of materials for those?
Hold on,
Oh,
I've
in
got.
Ara.
Yeah, and ours got it's a bit it's basically any trade. Was it a trader? It's like I think it's every human trader, right?
It's a human
tech
broker.
Yeah, tech brokers.
Hell, I think there's
I
one in
use the one
Shinrarta,
in,
right?
No, I use the
No,
one in
that's a Guardian
Scarborough.
one.
That's right. It's Guardian and Shinrarta.
Where did my link go?
Yeah. My game genuinely died.
Miner tool. Ah, here we go.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my old ones. Apart from the fact that I'm a hoarder and I put a lot of mats into those, and I'm not getting rid of them now.
I'm kind
I
of
don't
glad
need
you
them
told
really.
me that because I haven't put the mats into anything but my Federal Corvette, this Type 9, and I just did that in my Mandalay. So I haven't really dumped a lot of resources. I bought the drives and installed them on the ships.
Mm-hmm.
And what I was going to do was now call them all over to my carrier and jump all my ships to Miss Farseer there and get it all done at one shot. But
Yep.
since you just told me that, I still may stick to that plan to a degree because I don't know. I'll see. I don't really fly all of my ships all the time, but the FSD is like, in my opinion, it's the most important core internal. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
The whole game
Well,
revolves around your ability to traverse the space.
Yeah. Keep in mind that the majority of your ships are going to be 5As, right?
Yeah.
So if you've got 3 5A pre-engineered SCOs, even though it's a bit of a pain in the butt, you can switch those around. If you mass manage it, you just switch them from ship to ship
You don't
until
need to
you
do
can
that.
get
Just buy
more.
one for every
Nah,
ship, dude.
I don't do that, dude.
No.
I'll just buy one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's too much work
Well,
for me.
I've just bought 2, and I've just gone and engineered them both now. So with the one that I got
Mm-hmm.
from the CG, I've got 3 all pre-engineered, but I've got the ones that I
Of
engineered
course, you got them from a
before that.
CG. Jesus, man.
So I've got 4 or 5 of just normal SCOs engineered up, and now I've got 3 pre-engineered ones as well.
Well, the
So,
good news is you can also do them on the size 6 drives and size 7 drives.
yes, yeah. I bought a class 4 as well.
What ship are you using when you do that core mining?
Core mining,
I
this
used-
one. I use the same one here.
I used to use the
Oh,
Clipper.
I'm not watching anymore. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I could play it on my phone and just let it sit.
The Corsair.
Support the channel.
Yeah.
I used to use the Federal Corvette to core mine, but now I use the Corsair. Corsair is just the best core mining ship in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. It's retired my Clipper.
The Corsair's that good, huh?
That's a great ship. The only downside is the view out of the front of it.
And the sound of the engine.
Yeah, I don't mind that so much.
Which supposedly they're changing.
I gotta see if this is any good. I modified Python with all burst lasers. I did put 2 multi-cannons on it. Burst lasers are the ones that, yeah, inertial.
Burst lasers I use in my endless ammo builds. Like I've got a Corvette that has burst lasers. You could take that thing out and just never have to come back to a base. You just sit there killing pirates nonstop. Forever.
Check on this and see if I like it. I think my brother just messaged me back. Heard something. Nope. Oh, one of you guys sent me something.
Yeah, I sent you the SEO stuff.
Yeah.
That last one that you just sent me, is that the new one?
That's the new one, yep. It's called the V1 pre-engineered SEO drive.
See, I'm going to keep all my old FSDs as well for when Sirius finally create the competition and upgrade them so that you can jump anywhere in system like a fleet carrier does.
Mm-hmm.
So you fuck out of mine options.
I'm sorry, you broke up real bad. What was that?
You need a data mine exceptions for these.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's
Yeah,
it's all
it's-
the regular engineered
yeah.
stuff that you need. The only
Yeah,
non-regular thing is
But
drive
you'd
component.
use that stuff up anyway, engineering a normal drive.
Yeah.
You would only use 5 though, not 20.
Yeah, you only use 5,
Yeah,
not 15.
exactly.
per
So it's
one.
actually better.
Fine. I'll just have to go. No, they cost 15 data mine exceptions.
Yeah,
Where
they're
engineer ones
pre-engineered.
only
That's
use
the whole
5.
point. Is that you don't have to engineer them after you buy them.
Yeah, get it. I'm gonna get one. Get a couple.
Yeah,
Except for the mass manager, you got that mass manager on it.
Yeah,
That's
except
fine.
for that.
I got the mats. Yeah, this thing is kitted to the teeth. I need to play with that. See what it's all about.
But it's nice, especially on the ships that are long-range ships. Anyway, that it gives you a nice little bump in max distance.
Yeah.
I tried this Type 8 transporter as a miner for a hot minute. It was okay.
Yeah, it's
I'll be
not.
back in a minute, y'all. I'm sorry.
It doesn't
I
have
gotta
the
go.
size 2
I'll be right
turrets
back.
is the problem. All right.
There's no way I would try to do any kind of mining in the Type 8. I know a lot of people say that they do that, but I'm just like,
yeah,
it ain't big enough to be valuable enough to me for that.
It's 384. cargo. But it's not by the time you get done. You're right. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. By the time you've got all the
Yeah.
the collector limpets
Yeah.
and the refinery and
all that crap.
yeah, exactly. Because I
Yep.
mean, I've got
Yeah,
my
it's
laser cutter.
probably 256 because you're gonna put your size 7 slot
Right.
into dedicated to it.
I've got my laser cutter. It's I know you think it's overly done and whatnot, but
It's totally overly
it
done.
only holds 384 tons.
That's crazy, dude. Yeah. Which incidentally, I ran it the way you've got it set up. I ran it with 7 of the engineered lasers.
I don't use 7 engineered. I use 4, I think.
You use what?
I think it's either 4 or 5 of the engineered ones, and then I use 2s.
Yeah. So I ran it with all of them engineered, and it definitely runs cooler and it doesn't run out of power. But it is slower than using 4 size 2s.
Yeah, see, I use the size 2s too.
Yeah, but you can't put any more than 4 size 2s without killing the battery before you're done mining.
I've got 4 on mine, don't I?
I don't know. I don't remember what your build was.
I've got 7 total on mine.
Yeah, I know. You got too many of them, but yeah. It's not optimized. It's not min-maxed. Oh yeah, I'm selling here. Hello.
Because I mean, my battery never runs out.
Pharma.
I overload heat before I run out of battery.
So, and we go down to, let's get rid of the gold first. Okay, 160 merits. Osmium.
Yeah, I've got 3 class 2s, and then the rest are all the modified lasers.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice. I got more merits this time. Awesome. Wonder why. So yeah, this should have bumped me up another level or 2. Power play. So that gets me to 14. Nice. Getting to 100. Getting close. Getting close. Hey, Sarge, are you still on? If you are, do me a favor. Grab a screenshot of your rank 100 plus screen, like this screen right here. So grab a screenshot of what you see in here. Does it actually say 140 in here? Or does it say 100 in this screen, but you're getting 140? Because literally everything that I've searched from Reddit to the Frontier site says 100%. There's no mention of 140 anywhere.
I do remember Simon saying something about an extra bonus.
Well, I'm sure he's not lying. I'm sure he's telling the truth. I'm just saying it's a bug. I mean, I can't believe...
I'm only level 31. I wouldn't know.
Well, and you can fix that pretty quickly. Just do some mining. But but they're like, they would be pointing out that hers, unlike everybody else's, runs to 140% if that was an intended mechanic.
Pardon me, I don't know.
Because that is a better bonus than anybody else's got.
Well, she is the Empress.
Well, exactly. She's the Empress, but she doesn't even have blue hair.
So she's allowed to give you extra if she wants to.
She's allowed to give you extra. Okay.
She gives you extra for each wrinkle she has.
So this was not bad, but also not as fun as just doing deep core and then just getting like 10 or 12 levels all at once. This still just gives me 4 levels. Or not even 3 levels.
4 levels?
They're 8,000 apart, gives me 25,000. So that's 3 levels. 3 levels per shipload. And I would get
you're
10
talking
or
about
11 levels per shipload.
You're doing
And
still doing the platinum stuff for like
yeah,
merit?
platinum versus deep core.
Yeah.
The deep core would give me.
I wouldn't do platinum for merit. That's for sure.
Jesus Christ. I know. I just did a video on it, so I wanted to follow up and make sure that my numbers add up, and they do.
I had to jump on the phone for a minute. My kids were going to bed. Had the
Yeah,
video
no
call.
worries. It's all good, man. So you're done with the deliveries to my ship there?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break from that. I
Okay.
want to do at least 1 or 2 of these things I need to do for this power play stuff.
Okay. Yep, makes sense.
Which I was done doing deliveries.
Have you started doing deliveries yet?
Yeah.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yeah, SRV is not updating for me for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, wait a minute. No, back out of this. Oh shit. I mean, oops. I didn't mean to cuss. Sorry. Pre-built ships.
The family channel, man. Come on.
Sorry.
The Texas Family Channel. I don't think that counts.
Hey now. Omicron, Capricorn, and we're gonna go Lincoln.
Is it cursing like a required, speech pattern in Texas?
It's not a Texas thing. It's a YouTube and Twitch and everything else thing.
Okay, so it's only $40 to buy 51,000 arcs.
Oh yeah. The ship it's like $25 or so.
Talking about the Corsair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I think the Corsair personally is one of the few ships out there that is very worth paying the standard arc fee for.
I bought them all. I think it's a good way to ensure that we have a good game. You pay the company voluntarily, and then they have a budget to make shit from.
I actually would probably buy a heck of a lot more stuff from them if they would get their painting schemes under.
They have pretty crappy schemes. I agree.
Well, there's one in here. Why is it difficult? Look at your customize.
You're cutting out every other word, dude.
When I'm the browser.
Okay.
I also think that they can make a heck of a lot more money if they would actually increase their voice stuff. Because only having like 2 to 4 voices
I know.
per,
It's pretty bad. Yeah. I agree.
And you can't tell me that there isn't a ridiculous amount of people in the UK who wouldn't pay to have a Texas cowboy AI voice on their ships.
I know. When they started doing this, these weren't AI voices. These were sampled human voices.
Right.
Well, I was talking to one of the fellows from HCS, and he was saying about the amount of time and the actual work that goes into, because they do the voice packs, which aren't as extensive as the original voices.
Yeah.
Doing the game, and he said there's thousands of phrases and bits and pieces. And
it's not worth it. Is the bottom line, because at this point with AI voices, you get something that sounds even better, and is way cheaper. So I think the days of actual human sampled voices are done.
You know what's really me? I don't understand how this game has had a call for there to be in-game options to choose your screen colors, and they still haven't monetized that.
Yeah, you would think that should be something you can pay money for. Yeah, that's true. I actually really like the defaults.
That do it.
Yeah, exactly. I just think most of the ones that I've seen people that change colors look absolutely retarded.
Yeah, I agree.
They're like green and purple, or like yellow and violet. It's like, no, the people that seem to tweak the colors have never taken a class in color theory. and they're like children chewing on crayons, as far as I'm concerned. I think that the default colors look very nice. There's no reason to change them, but they should still make money off people that want to change them.
I don't really have any problems with the current colors. I have problems with the backgrounds behind the colors. Especially when you are getting the sunlight coming into your ship. I absolutely hate when I am scooping and I can't see my head because
Yeah. But that's a game, or not a game. That's a problem that can be addressed via in-game as well. You simply should be able to have a electronically controlled shade that effectively
shade screen, yeah.
It's like sunglasses for your whole ship. Like that technology literally exists right now. Why is it not in the future game?
I'm not gonna buy this tonight. Why is it doing all this? Just do what you got to do here with the Mandalay. It's more than capable. Okay.
Yeah, that's another thing they need to fix is they need to work on the difficulties in buying Arc.
Yeah, it's a pain in my ass. Like I don't want to confirm things and check 2 emails and
Yeah.
I just take my money, dude. Just take it. I'm offering it. You need to just make it real simple.
And then if you're like buying it through Steam Wallet, oh my god.
Oh, it's even
buying
worse,
through
yeah.
Steam Wallet makes no sense at all.
Oh, is that an option too?
Yeah.
I would probably prefer to do it that way, I think.
It's double the steps though.
Yeah, it's double the steps, but the thing with the Steam Wallet is that you can gift people Steam Wallet money that, they can use for other things. And a lot of, if you're an EED player, then you can use it for ARCs, right?
Transport power commodities to undermining systems.
Yep.
First, sell rare goods. So I just go anywhere where there's rare goods and bring them back and sell them. It doesn't matter where I buy them, just as long as I buy them now, right?
Yeah. Any of the rare goods, as long as you don't ever you go and buy them in the same ship that you're going to drop them off in.
You can put your ship on the carrier.
Yeah, you could do that as long as you don't move them to the carrier. Yeah. Yep. But most rare goods you can only buy in quantities of under 150. So you might as well take a smaller ship.
Yeah, he only wants 11 anyway.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
So he's saying.
All right, guys, I'm going to wrap up the stream. Those of you that are talking in Discord, you keep talking. That's fine. But I'm going to wrap up the stream. We'll catch you in the next one.